Madam Mayor, it is 6:10 and we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Worth Beach regular City Commission meeting of June 2nd, 2026. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Betty Resch.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mimi May.
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga is here.
And
She is here on Zoom. Commissioner Christopher McVoy.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Segrich.
Present.
Melissa, did you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to go on camera?
I have in and out service where I'm at, which is why I'm trying to stay on.
Okay. Okay. Pledge invocation will be Commissioner Segrich, and Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mr. McVoy.
The current state of politics in our country and in our state is creating an environment with a lot of challenges, and there are going to be some very unique challenges ahead for all of us, and we just ask for the strength to make wise decisions, and in the face of tough decisions, do the right thing for our residents, our businesses, our city, and do it with honesty, transparency, and with the good of all the people of Lake Worth Beach in mind. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, I need to. Are there any additions, deletions, or reordering?
I do not have anything, Madam Mayor.
Anything from the commission? No. Yeah, once again, I've come without a pen. It's ridiculous. Thank you. Well, presentations. We're going to start off with two very special young ladies, Vanessa Alamia and Adrienne Lee. You are here. Come on up. This is your moment to shine. Vanessa was the valedictorian 2026 of Lake Worth High School. And Adriana was the salutatorian from Lake Worth High School. And every year we have the honor of, I think, are there parents here? You guys, come on up.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't do without you.
Come on, Mom.
Oh, this is gonna, you can't do it.
I can do that.
Yeah. You want to say something? Matt? Yeah. Oh. Every year we have the honor of attending Lake Worth High School graduation. And we get to shake hands with about.
Can you speak into the mic, Madam Mayor, please? Thank you.
Every year we get to go to the Lake Worth High School graduation and shake about 400 hands as they go across the stage. And when you hear of the accomplishments of these young people and to have the valedictorian, I mean, I was a terrible student in high school, so I'm just in really awe of people that go things like the National Honor Society. Do you have plans for the future? What you doing?
I am going to USF in Tampa to study computer engineering.
I'm going to do 2 years at Palm Beach State and then transfer to FAU for health science.
This is the future of our city and of America, but also of our city. I hope you stay in touch with our city and someday run for commission and be involved, because you are the future. And this is one thing about the high school that we're always so impressed with. You guys are the future of this city. So I just want to congratulate Adriana and Vanessa. Picture time. That means you did your homework. So grateful to the parents.
Cheaper than you send it to me, you could send it to me. Yeah. Thank you so much. That's, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna be going up and down a lot.
Next up, we have a presentation from Judge Brown Cole. Understanding the Human Rights Campaign, Municipal Equality Index, and why participation benefits Lake Worth Beach. Mr. Hope. And by the way, Mr. Hope is the president and founder of the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council, a very important organization in our town protecting, in our state protecting rights, and we thank you.
Actually, the name is Hawk. And
Hawk.
one day when we're not at a public meeting, I'll tell you how I got everybody in law school to understand how to pronounce my name.
Oh, can't
But it
wait.
wouldn't be appropriate at this point. in time.
I have a scotch on the rocks.
Pull the mic.
Oh, you
You just turned it off.
There you go.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Okay, happy Pride. I'm Rand Hawk, president and founder of the Palm Beach County Human Rights Council, PBCHRC, which is Florida's oldest independent, nonpartisan political organization dedicated to ending discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. PBCHRC promotes equality through education, advocacy, direct action, impact litigation, and community outreach. Working with elected officials over the years, PBCHRC has been responsible for the implementation of more than 160 laws and policies providing equal protections, rights, and benefits to the LGBTQ+ community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the Human Rights Campaign Municipal Equality Index, better known as the MEI, and why participation in this program is beneficial for the city. The Washington, D.C. based Human Rights Campaign, known as HRC, which is not related to PBCHRC, created the MEI in 2012 as a nationwide assessment of how inclusive municipal laws, policies, and services are for queer residents, visitors, and employees. Today, 506 municipalities across the country are evaluated annually. These include the 50 state capitals, the 200 largest cities in the United States, the 5 largest cities or municipalities in each state, the cities that are home to the 2 largest state universities, 75 cities and municipalities that have high proportions of same-sex couples, and 98 cities selected by HRC and the Equality Federation, state groups, members, and supporters. The MEI relies on 49 different criteria, including non-discrimination protections, municipal employment policies, city services and programs, law enforcement practices, and municipal leadership on equality. Cities receive a score between 0 and 100 based on objective criteria, and this helps cities answer a basic question: how welcoming, fair, and competitive are we compared to other communities? These questions matter more now than ever. 500 of the 506 municipalities are automatically included year after year after year. Lake Worth Beach is not, nor are West Palm Beach, Key West, Miami Beach, and Hallandale Beach are not included, which for decades have been in the forefront and the most progressive cities in relation to everything queer. So you may ask, why are these cities left out? I'll tell you. And if anybody's seen Fiddler on the Roof, it's a little play on what's going on there about tradition. But in 2014, Equality Florida was asked to propose 5 municipalities in the state that did not meet the criteria to be automatically included. But instead of including the state's most LGBTQ plus progressive cities, the Tampa-based organization excluded them and included cities such as Daytona Beach, Cape Coral, and Port St. Lucie, all of which have continuously scored poorly, although Port St. Lucie is getting up there. Equality Florida rigged the MEI so it would appear that cities in the Tampa Bay area had the most queer supportive laws and policies in Florida. As a result, in order for Lake Worth Beach and the other cities to participate in the MEI, each year they must submit applications and documentation. However, those cities which self-submit and receive perfect scores have still routinely been left out of the national media releases that are sent out, which highlight Florida's most progressive, gay-friendly cities. Since there are only 6 cities in the entire nation which go through this process annually, over the past dozen years, PBC-HRC has repeatedly asked HRC and the Equality Federation to automatically include us, along with the other 500 municipalities. However, our efforts have fallen on deaf ears. So let's focus on Lake Worth Beach. For 1995, Lake Worth Beach was assigned a score of 91 points. However, the city should have received a perfect score. So let's take a look at the scorecard, which we have up there, which of course no one can read. That's okay. 2025. Does that say 1995? No, I said it. I wish. The scorecard reflects that the city has deliberately positioned itself, to say the least, LGBTQ plus supportive. The city benefits from both its own municipal policies and ordinances and the many rights, protections, and benefits resulting from actions taken by Palm Beach County and PBSO. This allows the city to score well, while the current administration in Tallahassee and Washington, along with conservative courts, continue to make life more and more difficult for the queer community. Let's look at the key strengths in the scorecard and where the scorecard needs to be corrected. By the way, there are 2 categories of points. There are 100 points for standard laws and policies, such as prohibiting discrimination. Then there are 21 flex points, which is like extra credit. Even though the total adds up to 121 points, any city earning 100 points or more is recognized as having a perfect score. So the first section is non-discrimination laws. Lake Worth Beach scored highly in protecting LGBTQ plus people with regard to employment, housing, and public accommodations. In 2003, the city amended the Municipal Civil Rights Act to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation. In 2007, the city added gender identity or expression. The county enacted similar protections between 1990 and 2007. The MEI awarded the city only 27 out of 30 possible points in the non-discrimination category, awarding only 2 out of 5 points regarding the public accommodations discrimination. This was clearly an error, and once corrected, it means another 3 points. The city has a single occupancy neutral, gender neutral bathroom in City Hall upstairs, and at least one in the Compass building, which is owned by the city. While 2 points were available, 2 flex points, none were awarded. We spoke with HRC. They said, just send us a picture. And you send us a picture, you're going to get the 2 points. So there's another 2. The second section is municipality as employer. Again, while Lake Worth Beach scored highly in this category, it was given 0 out of a possible 2 points for having an inclusive workplace. I don't understand this. When I was talking to Julie, she told us in 2022, the city held 9 separate 3-hour LGBTQ plus cultural competency training sessions for city staff and management. This was obviously missed by HRC. However, we've been told that the city can earn those 2 points by showing, 1, that it requires an LGBTQ plus inclusive diversity training for all employees. I think you met that one already. an LGBTQ plus employee resources group open to all employees, or documentation of targeted recruitment. So we asked what that meant. Apparently, the easiest way to score those 2 points is to have all of the job openings that you have in the city posted over at Compass. That alone will get you the 2 points.
Well, let's do that.
So yeah, these things are not difficult, but yeah. Plus, you may get some really good new employees who otherwise would not have known about these openings. The third section is municipal services. And Lake Worth Beach scored well in the main category, but missed out on 5 points because they were unaware that HR Director Lauren Sladen is the LGBTQ plus liaison to the mayor, the city manager, and the city commission. Once informed of that, another 5 points. Now, although the city commission enacted an anti-bullying for youth resolution back in 2019, the city was not awarded any flex points because the resolution provides all city programs, activities, and opportunities offered to youth of the city shall have an anti-bullying policy. I'm not sure if there's a policy out there somewhere that they weren't sent, or that you may have to spend 10 minutes turning that resolution, probably word for word, into a policy and then sending it up there with the word policy on it. So once a policy is put in place, that's another 1 flex point. Now, incredibly, not a single flex point was given for the cities providing services to LGBTQ plus youth, homeless, seniors, people with HIV/AIDS, or trans individuals through the programs at Compass. Really?
Right, yeah, exactly.
In light of the city's support of Compass, which provides all of those services to residents, an additional 10 points are due. HRC has told us they will work with city staff and with Julie, and they will figure out some way to understand that what you're doing to support Compass here in your city not only helps your residents and visitors, it helps all the people throughout the county and beyond. So a good start might be to have a web page on the city's website that has something like community services and a sub web page with LGBTQ plus that can link directly to the programs at Compass, can let everybody know who the liaison is and other things that you might want to put on there. So that's an easy, another 11 points altogether for that section. With
I'm
regard
sorry, Madam Mayor, but that's 10 minutes.
Okay. I can wrap some things up. Forget about law enforcement because you got all the points. Leadership and LGBTQ plus equality, you got all points. Someday maybe we can get HRC to automatically include you. We have asked as recently as yesterday. We'll see what happens with that. Across the country, these municipalities use the MEI to improve city operations, attract businesses, recruit talented employees, support tourism, demonstrate that all residents are treated fairly and equally under local policies. What the city gains from this is recognition that this is a place you want to live if you are queer, if you are queer friendly. That's not true of a lot of places in Florida these days, and you have so long been a mecca for people trying to rebuild their lives after they've been thrown out of their homes or discriminated against.
Our resolution didn't get us any points.
Well, it sort of did. Somewhere in here, yeah.
And we do have to wrap it up.
Yes, no, I did bring that up to them, and they said it was sort of included in the inclusivity part, but they really should have a flex point for other countries, other cities around the country, so they can do what you did a couple of years ago and say, screw it, DeSantis, screw it, Trump. We are welcoming. We are not going to allow this discrimination to happen in our city. And it sends a wonderful message. And you were, you're in the forefront of that. So they're making some changes.
Thank you very much for the work that you've obviously put into this. I also want to point out that just last week at the Stonewall National Museum Archives and Library, Mr. Hawk, I always say her,
Yeah,
and Ms.
everyone
Julie
does.
Seaver were given the inaugural awards for their work in the LGBTQ plus community. And I think that we should thank them for the work that they do.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am?
Commissioner Maliga's hand is raised.
Oh, okay, and I see a light is on. Sarah, what would you like to say?
I just want to thank Director Sladen for working on this. I brought this to her attention. I want to say about 2 years ago. I was a little dismayed when I first came into office and had realized that Lake Worth Beach had never applied for the MEI, and cities like Wellington had back then. And this is something that the HR department has taken seriously. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to Director Sladen and to Rand for working together and bringing this forward. And what a great way to kick off Pride Month.
Thank you very much, Mr. McBoy.
Just as a question for you.
Sure.
Do you anticipate in this rating system, MEI rating system, not specifically the Lake Worth, but to cities in Florida, that as this law is coming out of Tallahassee, tell us that we can't do DEI type things, do you anticipate that that will lower the ratings, not at the will of the municipalities, but in other words, that it will show?
Yeah, I think Florida is going to get, pardon the expression, screwed because of what's happened up in Tallahassee. Programs that have helped a lot of people and really haven't hurt anyone are being dismantled, and places where they got credit. In West Palm Beach, we got credit a few years ago because we enacted a conversion therapy ban, just like Lake Worth Beach did. But neither Lake Worth Beach nor West Palm Beach got any credit for the work that you all and your predecessors did, because the court struck it down for Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, and now the United States Supreme Court has cut it down. So we are seeing the chipping away of rights and protections for queer people, and HRC is just going to sort of have to deal with arranging that. But
We all will.
we're having a lot of trouble, as you know, especially as municipal employees who could be thrown out of office, like the 4 or 5 he's already thrown out of office because he didn't like them. It's unfortunate. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Very much. You want a picture?
Yeah.
Let's have a picture.
Okay, let's have a picture. Okay.
Michael, come on. Michael.
Well,
You.
Yeah. We will do. Yeah. We'll need that.
And our feelings don't get hurt if you leave after your presentation. Okay, now we have our quarterly update on the CRA from Ms. Oliva, who seems to have walked out.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. You more black and white skirt. Okay. That's a pretty skirt.
If only. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Joan Oliva. I'm here to give the quarterly update for the Lake Worth Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. As you all are very familiar, we have 5 federal grants going on right now. All of them are for affordable housing. And in this slide, you will see a number of properties that we have bought and cleared. And here you will see some more properties that we bought. One thing I wanted to mention in this one was for the community project funding from 2024, we were able to give money to Adopt a Family Homeless Prevention Program. To date, they've helped 9 families stay in their homes, and we're expecting quite a few more over the next few months. not only have we not done acquisition, but we've also done a little bit of demo as well for some really derelict properties in the district. Women's Build, I am so happy to say that in 2025, we did Women's Build here in Lake Worth Beach, and they raised an enormous amount of money. This year we went to West Palm Beach. Mimi was there, and it didn't do quite as well, but they're coming back to Lake Worth next year. We're already planning on it. So we have about 5 homes all set up, and we're going to do it probably at the Hatch. Oops. Okay. This just shows some ribbon cutting, some new homes, some money being given to us by Frankel, which is always a really good thing. We just finished up a spring series for a home buyer club, and you can see all the graduates in the right-hand corner. We're starting a new one up starting at the end of July. We're going to put the flyer out probably this week for that. It's an 8-week course. It's a mix of online and in person. And once you're done, you're able to apply for any affordable home within the county. There's also a picture of all the new Habitat families who we're currently building homes for. You can see all their blue shirts. There's 6 of those homes under construction right now. Thank you all so much for coming to the ribbon cutting last week. It was fantastic. These are pictures and renderings of 8 of the new villas that are being built in the Royal Poinciana neighborhood. These are by the Community Land Trust. However, they are for sale. And I can tell you that they all went for around $180,000. And their mortgage, principal and interest, all that good stuff, a little over $1,700. So literally cheaper to own than you can rent in the city. Yeah, we were really happy about those, and there's more to come from them. They actually have a couple more lots to do. This is West Village over on the west side by us. You can see phase 1, 1310 is almost complete. So these are they're 2 kind of townhouse units. They're for rent, but in the back there's a garage, and there's going to be studios on top of those. So out of the 28 units, 11 of these will be for people making less than 80% of AMI.
Who's going to own them if they're rentals? If they're rentals, who owns them? Who do they rent from?
Developer.
Okay.
Pinnacle on 6th. I know you've heard some different things about Pinnacle, but they had to change some of their paperwork. They're going back to the county. More than likely, it's a go. These will be 91 units down on 6th Avenue, right by the railroad tracks. All 80% or less, with the average unit being for families making 60% or less of area median income.
Joan, is it going to be that teal color?
Yeah, I like that color.
I know, me too.
Oh,
I like
okay.
it. It's beautiful. I mean, anytime you can throw Tiffany blue in, we're good.
You're all familiar with this. This is Madison Terrace. It is topped out on the 2nd building last week. I believe they're going in for their CO if they have not already. These units are all for seniors 55 and older, and 80% or less of area median income.
We're going to have a ribbon cutting for that someday?
Yeah. Find your flavor, find it downtown. We did hire an advertising firm to do citywide marketing. However, when we had a couple meetings with the downtown merchants, we kind of heard, hey, we really need some help down here. So we came up with a rather quick campaign that they did, and they did a great job on it, called Find Your Flavor, Find It Downtown. So in this campaign, we have a separate website that's called findyourflavorlakeworthbeach.com. We have street banners, postcards, table tents, window decals. We're doing everything in English and Spanish. We're also going to try to do a mural on 724. We handed in all of our paperwork to, I think, HRPB. We tried to get a site right on Dixie, but we were turned down. Okay. You'll also see the circuit on the bottom there. We wrapped that. Numbers for the circuit have exploded. We're actually getting a lot of people saying that they have to wait more than 10 minutes. So it's become incredibly popular, which is great. And as some of you know, I think Commissioner Malega was the one. We put in for 2 grants for next year to try to make it citywide. So fingers crossed. These are just all our collateral materials that you will see, or hopefully maybe even wear once we buy some. Completely changing course here. One of the things that the Lake Worth Beach CRA did for the city many, many years ago is we came up with clings for the downtown to go in the vacant storefront windows. And we did floor to ceiling clings, and they cost about $200, and maybe like 3 businesses put them in. So this time we were like, let's try something different. So what you see up there are 8 different landmarks around the city, and each of them have their own QR code, which will take you to more than likely the city site, the Lake Worth Playhouse, the Gulfstream Hotel. These would be like poster size, so you can still see through them. So you can still see the interior of the spaces in the downtown, but these will take the place of putting up paper bags or paper, and we will be paying for these.
Are you getting cooperation from the owners?
We're still meeting with planning and zoning on a code. Road improvements. So I'm bringing this to my board next Tuesday. Last year, the CRA paid for the repaving, re-sidewalking, curb gutter, et cetera, for all of the side streets in between Lake and Lucerne. We went back to public services this year and said, okay, give us some really bad roads in our district. And boy, did they give us some. I mean, look at all those potholes. It's amazing. So we're going back to the board. We're asking for $700,000 for a total investment of $1 million to do the majority of D Street and some of 2nd Avenue as well.
Ms. May has a question.
Okay. These are commercial grants that we've done. You could see the Dominican spot, which is open, and I want to invite everybody to a ribbon cutting on June 17th in the afternoon. I'll send you all the detailed information. This family went through probably about 2 years of trying to get this restaurant open, so it's very, very exciting. We have some other ones, the AC Lady, also Rustico Italiano. We have the a funeral home down on South Dixie Highway that we were able to help revitalize. There's also a luxury car, I guess, kind of haven for people to bring their luxury cars when they go on vacation. That's being built down on G Street. You can see they're just putting in the foundation now. And we also have 123 South Federal, which is going to be the wellness center that the CRA has sponsored. Moving right along, one of the other projects that we sponsored, which is 702 South Dixie. It's so great to see development on South Dixie. This is going to be a law firm. And then also on the end of Lucerne Avenue, we did a facade and I believe a tenant improvement grant for 302 Lucerne. This is Lake Worth Station, coming up really pretty quickly. It's on G Street, just by 10th Avenue. It will be, out of the 91 units, I believe 78 will be workforce housing. We gave them an infrastructure grant, and one of the things we actually do quite a lot is signage grants. So I just thought I'd show you one of the new signs that we've put up, and that's in the lower left-hand side. Hatch is extremely busy. We just got done with Congresswoman Frankel's art competition just I think about a week and a half ago. That's in the upper right-hand corner. This Saturday, we're having a housing fair, and we're partnering with Citibank, Chase Bank, Bank of America, Bridges of Lake Worth, the Community Land Trust, and some others. So if you have anybody who's interested in getting into any of the programs that we have here in Lake Worth, or in neighboring cities, you can go to the Hatch between, I think it's 10 and 2 this Saturday.
Can you put that on Facebook so we can share it?
It is
It is already on Facebook?
Yeah.
I haven't seen.
That's not good. That means our Facebook page isn't good. Hatch 1121, you could probably see we're in the midst of repainting the entire thing. We have 2 new sculptures by Claudia Jean Klein that she has lent to us. You'll see the box that one of our artists did for Street Painting Festival, just to put it out there. And we are also in for another mural for our the front of Hatch, and I believe that's going to planning and zoning within the next month or 2. And that is all I have for you.
And what do you do in your spare time?
Sleep.
Okay, Ms. Mayheader, light on first.
Thank you, Joan. That was quite an update. We have a lot going on. Do you happen to know, you don't know when the Madison Terrace is opening? I have some residents who are waiting on that and they've been asking.
Yeah.
I believe they tried putting in for a TCO. I don't know what the issue is, but I think there might be just some back and forth trying to get their
fire. I think it's a fire.
fire.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. My other question for you is, I was going to ask about the hatch because I saw last weekend that it was being painted white and that's boring. So you're going to do something fun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. And then, and this is serious and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but if you could wave your magic wand and have the city accommodate the CRA and the affordable housing units in some way that would make it easier for you, what can we do?
Well, I think you've already started doing it. And that is that we are funding just a portion of a planner over in community planning to kind of help expedite site plans and permits. So that's just started. And we just started that because our pro planning money just came through,
Okay.
which is the grant we did with Riviera Beach.
Okay.
The other thing we're doing is we're working with Juan Cotton. He has gotten both FIU and FAU who are going to work with us and do some ADU plans that hopefully we can host on our CRA site. That will be available free to people if they would like to put an ADU up. So that's exciting. We also have some money to codify it once we get that up and some design guidelines, etc. So you are helping a great deal. Thank you.
Okay. And then just regarding I just don't like the fact that you give people land and then we find them. So is there a way to anything that I mean, I know that you don't like to be blunt, but I do. So if there's anything you need from us, please let us know, because we as a commission have discussed that affordable housing is one of our priorities, and anything that we put up as a roadblock, unbeknownst to us, we need to know about. And so that we can make sure that we are being as friendly as we can be with both the businesses that are all these businesses that you're trying to help get open, as well as the housing units. So just please let us know.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Segrich is next. And Sarah, do you have your hand up for anything? We can't see you right now. I just want to make sure we don't miss you.
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Segrich and then Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. Thank you for the update. There's a lot of great things that our CRA does throughout our city that people just don't know about in terms of facade grants and signage grants, and we're made aware of it. And people who are closely following are made aware of it. I'm just wondering if we ever thought about having like a little, CRA project site medallion that could go on these businesses so that people could really see, there's many businesses downtown and all the different corridors and various projects that have benefited from our CRA. I think people should know that,
Like a certificate in the window.
Yeah, I mean, just like, for our historic homes, we can get a bronze medallion to put on the home that says something, but something colorful for the CRA with a QR code, maybe. I'm just thinking like the medallions we put on the stormwater drains and so on to bring, awareness. I just think it would help with public perception on what it is that our CRA does. And it really, I think, would go far.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. McBoy.
First, thank you very much. A lot of interesting projects, a lot of good things. And then a weird one that's probably less for you and maybe more for William Waters, but I've been going by the Lake Worth station a couple of times and I'm seeing the balconies. And I have this vague recollection that when we were approving it as a commission, I think I asked, hey, there was some issue about how far the balconies could go out. And I asked, couldn't they go a foot further and give them a little bit more balcony? And I think we agreed. And I just want to make sure, are they in fact building to the, whatever the maximum that we got them for that?
I don't know the answer to that.
And I
but
don't know
can-
the
I
answer
could-
either.
I could
Maybe
get it for
William-
you.
The answer is yes.
There you go.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much. The CRA is amazing. Thank you very much.
Madam
it's-
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Maliga's hand is now raised.
Oh, okay. What you want to say, Ms. Malega?
Thank you. I just think that that's a great idea that Commissioner Segrich just brought up, and I think that that's something that we should explore. I do want to say thank you to Joan and the CRA board for all their hard work and their dedication. They are a mighty team of four, and I think they get a lot of great projects done, and they bring, people don't realize the money that they do get, they leverage that $1 to bring in $3.50 to $4 into our city. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
People try to steal Miss Oliva away, and we won't let them. Thank you so much. Next up is a proclamation regarding code compliance. Do we have anybody from code here tonight? We do. We do. Mr. Segrich is going to read this one. Oh, Ms. Bryant.
City of Lake Worth Beach proclamation. Whereas code compliance officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of the citizens in this community through the enforcement of building, zoning, housing, fire safety, environmental, and other codes and ordinances. And whereas code compliance officers are often not credited for the important work they do in saving lives and improving our neighborhoods every day. Assisted by support and program staff, they strive to provide quality customer service to the public for the betterment of the community. And whereas too many times their efforts go unnoticed, even after code compliance has been accomplished due to their efforts and expertise. And whereas code compliance officers in the city of Lake Worth Beach help maintain or improve the quality of the community through the enforcement of city codes and ordinances, they protect our property owners' investments and enhance the quality of life in the community. And whereas code compliance officers provide code enforcement to the Lake Worth Beach community by fostering a culture that is helpful, approachable, knowledgeable, and of the highest integrity. And whereas code compliance officers are dedicated, well-trained, and highly reasonable individuals who take their job seriously and are proud of their division and the local government which they serve. And whereas the Florida Association of Code Enforcement, FACE, has declared the first week of June set aside by local governments to honor and recognize their code compliance officers. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 1st through 5th, 2026 as Code Compliance Officers Appreciation Week in the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, in accordance with the statewide observance of the same. In witness here whereof I have Mayor Betty Resch has hereunto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida to be affixed this second day of June 2026.
Thank you. Would you like to say a couple words, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
She says, no, I'm not saying nothing. Okay, but I see Miss Mays.
I do, because last time we were doing this, I said I wanted to go for a ride with code, and I did. And first of all, they were, the girls that took me were amazing. And we literally got one block and we found enough violations to keep us busy for about 3 hours.
Correct.
And so I really do appreciate the work that you do, that they do. And I also see that we need to look at specifically allowing code to do the code job and not the job of other departments, because there is definitely enough work. And I very much appreciate that. And I want to go back and I want to follow up and see what happened, because what we found was life saving. I mean, there was a family living in a home with the windows were closed, like the shutters were closed. There was no air conditioning and you could hear children. So it was life or death. And it was, eye-opening that it's literally 2 blocks from here. So I very much appreciate the work, and they are, yes, making the city prettier, but I mean, not to be dramatic, could be saving lives.
Correct.
So thank you for that. I really
one-
appreciate it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, with one hand tied behind the back because they can't go inside,
Yeah.
which I know, but it just makes no sense to me, but we're gonna work on getting that fixed. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming. And we've worked together a long time and it's good to see you. Thank you. Is anyone here for the Juneteenth proclamation? No? All right, all right, I'll read it anyway. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day, is a holiday celebrating the emancipation of those who had been enslaved in the United States. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, General Gordon Granger announced that slaves in Texas were free by order of the President of the United States. The announcement came 2.5 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which had become official on January 1st of 1863. And whereas freedmen in Texas organized the first of what became the annual celebration of Jubilee Day on June 19th. And whereas June 19th has a special meaning to African Americans, and it is called Juneteenth, combining the words June and 19th, and has been celebrated by the African American community for over 150 years. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach encourages everyone to observe Juneteenth as an opportunity to reflect, rejoice, and plan for a brighter future as we continue to address racial injustices in our society today. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth in the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and urge everyone to become more aware of the significance of this celebration in African American history and in the heritage of our city. And we have a very proud African American, as you know, the founders of Lake Worth were African Americans, and hopefully soon we'll have her ghost house post office in Lake. So thank you very much, and we will get this to an appropriate person. Next up is one of my favorites. Whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach is a friendly and welcoming community that celebrates and promotes diversity and inclusion. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach recognizes the importance of equality and freedom for all of our residents and the progress that we have made as a nation in the fight for justice, inclusion, and equity. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach recognizes that our nation was founded upon the principles that all people are created equal and that everyone has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach is dedicated to fostering acceptance of all of its residents and preventing discrimination and mistreatment based on sexual orientation or gender identity. And we reaffirm our commitment to do more to support the LGBTQA+ rights in our city. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, gender, and sexual identities of its residents, all of which make up our vibrant character. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach recognizes the importance and contributions of members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and others community. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach acknowledges that members of the LGBTQIA+ community, especially people of color and trans people, continue to face discrimination and cruel, persistent efforts to undermine their basic human rights. And it is specifically difficult for LGBTQIA+ youth, 45% of whom seriously considered attempted suicide last year. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim and recognize the month of June as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other Pride Month. June of 2026. And we urge all residents to actively promote the principles of equality and liberty, reminding the LGBTQIA+ community that they are loved and cherished, seen for what they are, for who they are, deserving of dignity, respect, and support throughout the city. When witness wherefore I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed the 2nd day of June 2026. We have a couple for the community, so we're going to do another one, then you all come up. Oh, this is the hard one. Whereas in the United States, more than 1 million people are living with HIV, and every 15 minutes, a new HIV transmission occurs, resulting in more than 38,000 annual new HIV diagnoses. And whereas more than 130 people are living with HIV and an estimated 10 new transmissions occur daily, 1 in 7 persons with HIV don't know that they have it. In Palm Beach County, more than 9,000 people, or 1 in 175 real residents, are living with HIV. And whereas the NHTD theme for 2026 is level up your self-love, check your status, promotes HIV testing, and encourages individuals to know their status. And whereas significant new and highly advanced treatments deliver hope and embrace the quality of life for those who are affected, these considerable advances can only help individuals only if they know their HIV status and are linked into life-saving medical care, which Compass provides. And whereas each year on June 27th, we observe National HIV Testing Day to raise awareness about the importance of HIV testing and early diagnosis of HIV and linkage to medical care, and to inspire the nation to achieve its shared vision of 0 new HIV infections, 0 discrimination, and 0 AIDS-related deaths. And whereas the 95-95-95 ambitious global plan to help end AIDS epidemic has set its targets for 2030 that 95% of all persons with HIV will know their HIV status. 95% of all people diagnosed with HIV will receive sustained ART. And 95% of all people receiving ART will have viral suppression. And whereas this year marks the 31st annual observance of National HIV Testing Day on June 27th, and the Palm Beach County HIV Community Prevention Partnership and the Palm Beach County HIV Care Council, through its partners, are working together to provide HIV testing throughout Palm Beach County during the week surrounding National HIV Testing Day, June 22nd to the 28th. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim June 27th, 2026 as National HIV Testing Day, and urge all residents of Lake Worth Beach to take an HIV test to know your status and participate in other activities and observances designed to increase awareness and understanding and promote prevention and initiatives to end the HIV epidemic. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be affixed the 2nd day of June, 2026. So let's go down for pictures.
You wore the shirt. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Wait for sure.
This thing on? Yes, it is. I just wanted to thank the entire City Commission for both of these proclamations. Pride Month is our celebration where we're not outside in the heat and the rain. And so we choose to celebrate prom for adults at the Kravis Center. Is coming up on Saturday, June 20th. What I would like to do regards to the HIV Testing Day awareness is that to tell everyone that it is important to know your status and that HIV sees no age, no race, no religion, no gender, no sexual orientation, and that Compass does truly serve all in the community center. And I'm very proud to introduce Raymond Cortez, who is our Health Services Director, and his case management team are the top HIV medical case managers in the entire county. And this will be the second year in a row that they have received 0 findings on our Ryan White federal grant for people living with HIV, which is very difficult to do, to get 0 findings. And also Raymond has just been accepted a seat on the Palm Beach County HIV Care Council. And so I just want to introduce you to Raymond and let you know that we have the top case managers and HIV testing counselors right next door. And we encourage you all to know your status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, can I ask a question about the status? So if I went in and I got tested and I was positive, would that be reported to like the state?
Yes, it would be.
Anonymously or with?
Anonymously, yes, it would.
So
Yes.
it would be for data collection.
Ye-
but
yes,
my name
exactly.
Wouldn't be attached, like there wouldn't be Mimi May has HIV.
No,
Okay, because I didn't know because if it was, because I knew it was reported, but I didn't know if it was just for statistics or if it was personal information.
no statistics.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that because I think that may be a hindrance that people have about getting tested. So
Well,
thank you.
we're
Well,
available.
yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah.
We're available on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays from 11 to 7 for testing. So I advise everyone to come and get.
Do you have to
tested.
make an appointment? Or can
You do
walk in?
not. It's a walk-in.
Excellent.
11 in the morning till 7 in the evening. 11 in the morning till 7 in the evening.
Thank you.
What a difference from the old days, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, friends just started dying. It was, ugh. Thank you so much for what you do. All right. Okay, Mr. McFoy, you're up.
Proclamation, whereas the gun violence epidemic is a uniquely American issue. Americans are 26 times more likely to be shot and killed than others in high-income countries. Every day, 327 people are shot in the United States. On average, 117 per day will die. Whereas gun violence is a complex issue that takes many forms. 60% of gun deaths are suicide, 37% are homicides, and 1% are mass shootings. The remaining 3% of gun deaths include law enforcement involved shootings, unintentional shootings, and those that were undetermined. And whereas cities across the U.S. are actively reducing gun violence by investing in community-based strategies, including community violence intervention, CVI programs, and many other initiatives. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach, in partnership with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, is tackling gun violence through proactive policing, targeted enforcement in high crime areas, and community-focused initiatives. These efforts have contributed to a significant reduction in violent crime, including an over 18% decrease in crimes against persons by early 2026. Whereas support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories, and whereas the National Gun Violence Awareness Day and Wear Orange is dedicated to honor the lives of people in the United States affected by gun violence and elevating the voices of advocates across the country who are demanding an end to gun violence by taking action. Wear Orange originated on June 2nd, 2015, after Hadia Pendleton was shot and killed on January 29th, 2013, her 18th birthday. Today, Wear Orange honors Hadia and the people shot and killed every day in the United States, along with the hundreds more who are wounded and the countless others whose lives have been changed by gun violence. Whereas anyone can join the campaign by pledging to wear orange the first Friday in June to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, and by the virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the City Commission, does hereby proclaim June 5th, 2026 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day to honor and remember all victims and survivors of gun violence and to declare that we as a country must do more to reduce gun violence. Betty Resch encourages all citizens to support their local community efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives.
Thank you very much. Mimi, you're up next.
All right. Okay, so whereas, such a weird glare on these things.
Yeah.
Whereas post-traumatic stress disorder affects people of all ages and can occur after a person experiences trauma, including but not limited to the stress of combat, rape, sexual assault, child abuse, bombings, accidents, natural disasters, and affects approximately 8 million people in the United States annually. And whereas PTSD is associated with chemical changes in the body's hormonal system and the autonomic nervous system, and is characterized by symptoms including flashbacks, nightmares, insomnia, avoidance, hypervigilance, anxiety, and depression. And whereas combat-related PTSD stress among our men and women in the armed forces is significantly pronounced, given that they are often exposed to highly traumatic events for weeks, months, and even years. And whereas despite its treatability, many cases of PTSD remain undiagnosed and untreated due to a lack of awareness of this condition and the persistent stigma associated with mental health conditions. And whereas raising awareness of this condition is necessary to remove the stigma and to encourage those suffering to seek proper and timely treatment that may save their lives, and is up to each of us to know that the PTSD assessment form is a major tool to seek medical assistance. And whereas all residents suffering from PTSD deserve our consideration, understanding, and those who are affected by PTSD from emotional and physical wounds receive while protecting our freedom deserve our respect and special honor. Now, therefore, she, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in her, and on behalf of the City Commission, does hereby proclaim June 2026 as Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month, and encourages residents to reach out to others to provide support and remove the stigma associated with this disorder. We call upon the residents of the City of Lake Worth Beach, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommitting to increasing awareness and understanding of PTSD and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with PTSD. In witness whereof, she has unto set her hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, to be affixed this second day of June 2026.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to add on that too,
Yeah,
that
please.
it for PTSD also doesn't have to be such high level traumas as that. And I think that that's something that people forget, that, you can have your own personal trauma and suffer from PTSD. And we need to be aware that everybody's probably going through something, and having a little grace goes a long way.
It certainly does. Thank you so much. Okay, I have 3 blue cards for public participation. I'm going to call Mr. Lawrence Schechter, followed by Alex Schultz, followed by Peggy Fisher. Oh, Peggy's is something else. Okay, thank you. German.
The border's changed a little bit. Do I get a timer, or do
3 minutes.
okay, no, I
And
just
you'll be told partially by the clerk when it's done.
all right. If the clerk wouldn't mind giving me a 30-second warning just so I can wrap it up, I'd appreciate it. My name is Lawrence Schechter. I own a motel called the Flamingo on North Dixie Highway. The Flamingo has been there since 1949. In front of the hotel, or motel rather, there's a big fun pink sign that says the Flamingo on it. The sign has been there for decades. I became aware that in 2013, such signs were banned by an ordinance. But I only became aware of this very recently because I was cited for this in December 2025, 12 years after the ordinance came into place. I had purchased the property in 2019, and I had put the name, the Flamingo, on the front of the signage in 2021. So this was 4 years after. Now, please keep in mind, this is a motel. This is a motel, so it is being continuously, because I have a license, continuously reevaluated by the city and by the state of Florida. And at any time, anybody could have noticed me. Following the notice period, I reached out immediately to the code compliance officer. We began discussions. I also began discussions with planning and zoning to see what can be done to keep the sign. And I was told in January 2022 is that while that was ongoing, the hearing would be continued. So we would basically be able to handle this in a civil amicable manner. I found out, however, this hearing went on anyway, even though I was told otherwise. So now what's happened is fines have been assessed, and every day those fines accrue. I later found out that I'm not the only one. There are many other small business owners in Lake Worth who have very similar stories. Now, I'm telling you all this not just to cite my own grievances, but also to find perhaps a solution to this problem. Now, I can't speak to every problem, but I can speak to signage and signage ordinance. When this ordinance went into place in 2013, the city of Lake Worth Beach was a very different place. And Madam Mayor, you'll appreciate the famous legal adage that bad facts make bad laws. And I don't know the reasons why that particular ordinance went into place at the time, but I do know that as I drive entering the city of Lake Worth Beach, drive southbound on Dixie Highway to the point where I reach the city hall, I can count at least 40 pole signs and many other, quote, non-conforming signs that have been there, even though an ordinance was passed some 13 years ago.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
Wow. Okay. So to sum it up, how do we fix the problem? Because the goal is to attract business rather than to set up roadblocks. Is I would strongly advise the use of an amnesty, definitely to look at this ordinance to see if it still makes sense, and to abate the fines for not just me, but for everybody else that has been selectively enforced, because even the city of Lake Worth Beach right now has multiple non-conforming signs. And
Thank you. That's time.
Thank
Let me
you
ask
very much.
One yes or no question. We don't really interact at all.
Okay.
Did you get a permit when you changed the sign?
Yes
or no?
No, but there was a reason.
Well, okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's important.
Yeah, no, it's in the midst of COVID. That was why.
And I think we're listening and see what happens, Mr. Schultz.
Alex Schultz, 612 Second Avenue South. I put in a request for a copy of a traffic study at the historic board meeting on April 29th. The Chen Moore representative said there was a traffic study, and in response to a question from a board member, and the Chen Moore rep said, yes, a traffic study was conducted and provided to the city for review. So if there is a traffic study, I'd like my request to be reconsidered by the clerk. And if there's no traffic study, I think somebody needs to correct this inaccurate statement, because you can't be representing there's a traffic study if there is none. And another point, one of my references, I like to state 2024 WGI parking study continues to be a fraud on the public. It was based on pre-COVID data and high season data. I just took a ride down Lake Avenue and around the town before coming to this meeting at 6 p.m. There's just so many vacant spaces. I think when you actually do get that parking garage, you're going to find out that it's really just a developer standby garage. And another thing, the CRA seems to never do anything for individual homeowners. They maybe do something for new residents in the city overall, but nothing really to directly benefit the individual homeowner, especially the long-time ones. If you've been living here 15, 20, 30 years, shouldn't the CRA consider doing something for the homeowners in the CRA district? And when I was in office, my CRA director was there for the entire meeting and never left once. right after their presentation.
Thank you. Okay, approval of the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do we have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's no consent agenda today.
Motion for a comfort break real quick.
Sure. You want,
Second.
I would not want anybody to be uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
But
it is 7:33
I think we're back.
and we have reconvened.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, public hearings, ordinance number 2026-07, second reading. Please read by title.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2026-07 rather. And second reading is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, repealing section 2-9 and articles 5, 9, 11, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Sure. And 22
Thank you.
and 23 of chapter 2 in sections 13-1, 13-2, 13-3, and 13-4 of chapter 13, and adding a new article 4 of chapter 2 of the Code of Ordinances regarding agencies, boards, and committees of the city, including procedures for the appointment of members in terms of office, attendance, and residency requirements of members, and the powers and duties of all agencies, boards, and committees of the city, granting severability, repeal, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Okay, Mr. McBoy?
I have just one relatively small suggested change on line 108 and 109. Don't ask me for a page number because my computer ran out of steam.
108 and 109, okay.
It is in,
Upon the removal of any member or
yes,
on a
that's
vacancy for any reason.
right. So
Let me
my,
just- they can-
okay,
A new member shall be appointed by the city commission. However, all members are eligible for reappointment.
and my suggested change would be the phrase that starts with a new member shall be appointed by the city commission to replace that, because it's a little unclear of the timing and the process to replace that language, whatever that is, about 10 words, with the process for filling a board vacancy as prescribed in section 248A shall commence within 5 business days. Just to make it clear, we're following the process that's spelled right above that. And we suggested it get going, within some reasonable time. And I said 5 business days.
Well, it says to the extent possible, the city commission shall fill any vacancy within 60 days. And one of the things.
Which
that-
is different. That's fulfilling it, but this is, we said a new member shall be appointed, but it's unclear. You're gonna, does that mean it's got to be appointed?
Within 60 days.
Not clear there. That's why I suggested that that we say explicitly, follow the process that we've laid out and get it going within 5 days. The 60 days says complete it within 60.
Well, okay,
That's my suggestion.
okay.
It's a relatively minor change.
But you're saying appointed within 5 days.
No,
What are you saying? Start the
I said
process?
the process, so it would read, or upon the vacancy for any reason,
Okay, the thing that I don't mind what you're saying, what I would, in terms of process though, it would have to come back to us to appoint someone at a city commission meeting. So I don't know,
that's why it says commence within.
well, I would say at the next available city commission meeting.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, just, I
Yeah,
understand what you're
yeah,
saying, but just
I don't have a
5
problem with
days
that.
is a little.
Yeah.
Mr. Segridge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I do like his idea, but I don't think that's kind of a confusing spot to put it in. If we were to do that, I would put it over near line 93. Whenever there is a vacancy on a board, the city clerk or designee will post the open positions on the city website along with an application form, period. You could put something there within X number of days if you wanted to do that.
Yeah.
But I would feel that would be a better spot to put it. I have no problem putting within 5 business days at that point.
And Madam Mayor, but if I could.
Mr.
One more
Trivia.
suggestion.
Sure.
Where Mr. McRoy was reading, lines 108, 109, perhaps at the end.
Could you speak up?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I don't know what.
You gotta give it.
That
Gotta
much.
give
Come on,
a-
you're a lawyer.
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
And lines 108, 109, where it says upon the removal of any member or upon a vacancy for any reason, a new member shall be appointed by the city commission and add in accordance with section 248A. That's the section that talks about the process.
That's fine.
Okay,
And whoever pointed out that section 1
I-
already specifies some timing, so yeah, that kind of covers it.
So that make.
Yeah,
does
I'm
that-
fine with
Does
that.
that work?
any problems with that? Okay, we'll do that. And that's minor. We don't have to worry about
No,
that.
that's-
Okay,
that's
so I have no cards.
I don't think, well,
Okay. No, I don't. I only have one more card. So all in favor? Aye,
Aye.
thank, with the amendments. that we-
Hi.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, B. All right. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Hey. Hello. Well, first, let me just start. I have a little script that I have to follow here. Okay. I'm calling ordinance number 2026-03, first reading. City initiated zoning map amendment requesting a rezoning from single family to family SFTF 14 to neighborhood commercial for 14 parcels located north of Washington Avenue, west of South Johnson Street, and east of Wingfield Street. Mr. Attorney, would you read it by title?
Yes, Madam Mayor, ordinance number 2026-03 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's official zoning map from single family and two family residential SFTF 14 district to NC neighborhood commercial NC district for the properties located at 1501 South J Street, 1506 Wingfield Street, 1512 Wingfield Street, 1516 Wingfield Street, 1524 Wingfield Street, 1526 Wingfield Street, 1528 Wingfield Street, 822 Washington Avenue, 814 Washington Avenue, 810 Washington Avenue, 808 Washington Avenue, 802 Washington Avenue, 1529 South Johnson Street, 1527 South Johnson Street, and is more particularly described in Exhibit A, providing severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you. This item is for a first reading of ordinance 2026-03 regarding an amendment to the city's official zoning map to change the zoning district of the properties listed from single family and two family residential to neighborhood commercial. Now it's Mr. Attorney's turn. As Mr. Trivia, as this is a quasi judicial hearing, the hearing must be fair in 3 respects. I'm reading your part now.
Thank you.
It's okay. I've done this. Do you have it or do you want me to read it?
If you don't mind.
Oh, sure. As this is a quasi judicial hearing, the hearing must be fair in three respects: form, substance, and appearance. All commission members must disclose if they have or reasonably be believed to have A, a demonstrated bias or prejudice for or against any party in the hearing; B, a direct or indirect monetary interest in the outcome of the hearing; C, a prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts on the record; or D, any ex parte communications or personal investigations, including conversations with city staff. Madam, Sarah, have you anything to disclose?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. McBoy?
I have asked city staff to provide a little bit of information, including the density before and after, which I believe was informed was 14 going to 20. And I asked for the surveys, but I haven't had a chance to look at them. And thank you to staff for providing so quickly. I believe that's the extent, and I have no monetary interest, no all the other stuff.
Okay. Ms. May?
I'm good.
Mr. Segrist?
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Yes,
Thank you,
nothing to
Mayor.
disclose. We'll get it right.
It is my understanding that there are no affected parties. All those giving testimony, please raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk. Madam Clerk?
Okay, do you swear or affirm that in this proceeding you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say yes.
Yes. Thank you.
And as you testify, please state your name and address for the record. And if you are representing a party, please state who you represent. And Madam Mayor, there is a script on the city attorney's table as well.
Well,
I
you know,
appreciate that, something in my throat.
I
so
just
thank-
helped him out a little.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure that.
Oh, no,
all right.
he does have it. He just let me be city attorney for a minute. Okay, thank you.
Old times.
Old time's sake. Under the quasi judicial rules, we will hear from the city first, then the applicant. We will hold questions until after presentations. When called, please state your name and the address of the property you're speaking on behalf of. Could we have the city's presentation?
Well, William Waters, Community Sustainability Director. I want to introduce Lauren Prus, who is our new principal planner. I believe this is her first appearance before the board.
And what is your name again?
Lauren Pruss.
Press?
Pruss, P-R-U-S-S.
Thank you very much.
And-
Welcome.
Thank you.
And then Lance Lilly with Chinmore is our consultant for this. We are both the applicant and the staff. So Lauren will give a little introduction, and then Lance will give you the presentation on the Whispering Palms rezoning.
Thank you. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Arash, commissioners. Again, my name is Lauren Pruss. I'm the principal planner with the Department of Community Sustainability. This proposed map amendment is kind of the culmination of a couple years of work that Lance will go over in his presentation. Lance Lilly is with Chenmore, representing the city for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to give a presentation?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For the record, Lance Lilly with Chenmore, senior planner, project manager with the firm. As Lauren introduced this is a initiative that's been going on for quite some time at this point. So I'm here to introduce this. So this is for the Whispering Palms neighborhood. It is for 14 parcels, which Mr. Torcivia mentioned. I'm not going to go through all of those. So those current zoning districts are right now are SFTF 14, which is single family, 2-family residential. The proposed amendment will change that to NC, which is neighborhood commercial, which I will explain here shortly what that means. This is the location. The location, as Mr. Torcivia mentioned, is in the Osborne area or the Whispering Palms area. It's approximately 2.5 acres, give or take, or 2.5 acres. And it's 14 parcels, as I mentioned. It's a mixture of residential as well as commercial. And the current land use or future land use is AMU, which is artisanal mixed use. And I already mentioned the current zoning district, so I'll skip that part. These are the 14 parcels, and this just mentions or shows where the 14 parcels are located for each one of those, and the parcel numbers to the left. And these are the existing conditions of the neighborhood. And the slides subsequent to show the existing conditions of what this looks like. So here, as I mentioned, this is the future land use, or the existing future land use, I should say, which is AMU, artisanal mixed use. And I will mention that this did go through a comprehensive plan text amendment a few months back with this commission. This is the existing zoning. And as you mentioned, or as you notice, it's in the yellow. I will show you what the proposed zoning is, which you'll see in a few slides here shortly. And just to provide a little bit of history for the public as well for the commission. So in 2025, the city received a request for a rezoning of these parcels. Through that process in February of 2025, we had a public workshop with the community. And then through that, we also had a survey and distribution material that was provided to the residents of that neighborhood that was open up until approximately June of last year, where we received community feedback. Through that process, it was favored that NC was one of the zoning districts that they'd prefer. And then also we did the text amendment zoning comprehensive plan text amendment with this commission, which was approved in October. Then it was submitted to the state, and then we had the final approval with the commission here in December of last year. And that updated the future land use table and some policies that were associated with the future land use. Recently, we had the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, which the Planning and Zoning Board recommended approval, hence why we're here before you today for the approval of the first reading of this ordinance. This is just a demonstration of the public outreach. You'll notice that, as I mentioned, it was done in February of last year. We actually passed out these handouts, and in this handout, we actually showed them what the differences were between the AI zoning district versus the NC zoning district. Then after that, we provided them the survey, gave them ample time, and it was on the website as well for them to actually give us their feedback on that. And what did the feedback pretty much tell us? So from April of last year until May, the end of May, give or take, the 3-language survey that we had, which was in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. On the right-hand side, you'll notice that the proposed zoning district, through those responses, 41 people out of the 42 people mentioned that they'd like it to be NC rather than AI. And then also we provide them options of how far the rezoning would be. The first one was for 5 parcels. The second one was for 9 parcels, and the third option was for 14 parcels. And through that, it was a vote of 12 for the first option, 6 for the second option, and 21 for the third option. Hence why we're here before you for the 14 parcels. This just shows the comprehensive plan text amendment. As I mentioned, we changed it from there were some discrepancies between some of the areas in the NC. So that was amended and brought before this commission. So that table was amended on the right-hand side. And then also some of the policies that were associated with it were also amended to accommodate the NC zone in that area. So here shows on the left-hand side what the current zoning district is, which I mentioned is the SFTF 14. And then on the right-hand side, which is the NC zoning district, which is what we're proposing today. And these are just the uses that are allowed by right. There is another ordinance that's after this, which is accompanied by this essentially, that mentions the place of worship. So if that is approved on the next ordinance, then place of worship would be a part of the NC zone. And this is just the analysis. So the rezoning, we feel that the rezoning is consistent with the following. It's consistent with the city code, the land development code. It's also consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then also this rezoning will provide a mixture of use as well as compatible uses for development, increased property values, no change to the density, because some of those things are already there as they stand. And then new permitted uses with economic benefits. And based on that, we recommend that this commission approve this ordinance. And that is the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you. And before we go on, I'd like to recognize Ramsey McLeod, who helped us immensely in meeting with the public and getting surveys returned and meeting with them and explaining the survey. So I wanted to give her a little shout out because staff wasn't really able to do that. And she was a real trooper to do that. And I really do appreciate her efforts on our behalf.
Ramsey's a helper. Ramsey is a helper, and we very much appreciate everything she does. I feel they really help. I help to have the voices heard and help answer questions that may have been a little too technical for staff to relate with. So I appreciate the honor to be in the board. And we thank you you're a consistent helper in our community. We appreciate it. I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, now do any members of the commission have a question? I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any residential properties in the area now?
Yes,
I think there are, right?
yes.
What happens to them when with this zoning change? Does it make them non-conforming?
So actually, there's a slide after here, which I showed, and it actually through the process. So there was a text amendment that was a zoning text amendment for the land development code, which actually the yellow that you see on there shows that those particular uses are allowed or permitted. So they wouldn't be considered a non-conforming. I can't zoom in, unfortunately, but the table was updated to allow for those in that particular zone.
Thank you. Mr. McVoy and then Mr. Sedgwick.
Just
Madam Mayor, my hand is up as well.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, this is, okay, so McVoy, Sedgwick, Malega, whatever her name.
Yeah.
She's okay.
Well, given this is my district, I'd like to have the floor first. That's why I put my hand up first.
Okay, well, we just
All right,
can't
no
see you. That's fine, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner McVoy. Thank you for giving me the floor. I just want to say, really want to say thank you to William, Director Waters and his department for working through this. This is a problem that the district has had for a long time, and having places like Arms of Hope and the places of worship that were non-conforming. And William attended nighttime meetings and brought staff. And, I want to again say thank you to Ramsey for all her hard work and dedication. And through the years, we've really built a great relationship with the people of Whispering Palms and the Osborne community to trust the city to bring real factual evidence and let them make the best decision for their community. And they were hands down very excited about this process, thought that their voices were heard. And again, I just want to say thank you to Director Waters and for all his hard work, because a lot of staff time did go into this to try to figure out this for the community and what would make the best sense for the community today, tomorrow, and generations to come.
Thank you very much. Mr. McVoy.
two items. One, just a technicality. I believe you mentioned, Mr. Lilly, that the density wouldn't change. And I had asked about that earlier, and that is just for my own edification. And the response I got that it's currently at 14 units, SF 14, and would go to 20 units per acre. Are the two pieces of information consistent, or am I just being a little slow?
So the future land use that's there, which is the AMU future land use, allows for a certain density as it is today. So with this change, there's technically no change to the density because the future land use is not changing. We already did the comprehensive plan text amendment before to make sure that the density was consistent as it is today. This is just more so for the use standpoint of the update, if that makes sense.
This is why people go nuts trying to pay attention to land use planning. Okay, so I guess it's going to change in one flavor and isn't changing in the other flavor.
In a sense.
Okay. The other question I had, hopefully I can remember, is my recollection looking at the map is that there are some other churches nearby there, a number actually, that are outside of this area that would still presumably be in SF TF 14. Are they non-conforming, or should I hold my question to the next ordinance? That could be two.
Well, my understanding is the next ordinance is also for NC. So
my question is okay here or somewhere, but my question is, we're doing something within this new NC one to accommodate churches. Are the churches that are outside of this NC, are they, I guess that's the question. Are they non-conforming? And is that a problem? And do we need to do something to help them out?
Well, we have a number of churches that are in residential areas. Under this Florida statute a while ago, I'm not going to date myself, but anywhere that assembly uses are allowed, churches are allowed. We allow assembly in every mixed use district. It wasn't specifically called out in NC. Technically, churches in single family residential and single family, two family 14 are considered non-conforming. But there are allowances for them. Basically, work with most of them to have an appropriate business license but not pay business tax receipt. There are some issues with non-conformity we want to bring forward to you in the next coming months as part of your business friendly initiative. We haven't worked through all that yet, but technically churches that are in the single family residential districts in SFTF 14 are considered non-conforming.
But they're grandfathered in.
They're all grandfathered in. We
So,
haven't had any new ones.
so no problem.
Right.
The only problem comes in if they want to expand. And that's something we're gonna, nobody's asked to expand in those areas. But it may happen as our population grows, and we'll have to take that under consideration. I don't believe we can do a spot zoning. It would be illegal, but we can probably facilitate something that facilitates allowing churches, because the churches also, for the most part, demand a higher intensity of development, floor area ratio, lot coverage, that sort of thing, than would be allowed in SF 14 or SF residential.
Thank you. Does the commission have, and, no, he took his light off, he withdrew his light.
Okay.
But thank you for
Okay.
protecting him, Rosie. You guys, okay, you guys hang together, okay. Does the commission have any question for any of the parties? No. Does the city staff have any closing arguments? Does the applicant have any closing arguments?
We're not going to argue.
Again, okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing and ask the commission to discuss the request. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
I don't think we did a motion. How soon we should
I
vote
don't
on
think
it.
we do have a motion.
Yeah, we didn't do a motion.
I think we,
Nope.
no.
I can
I'll
do
do
a
it.
motion.
I think we should allow Ms. Malega to make. the
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. May, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's going to
Thank
be
you,
really
and thank
helpful.
you on
today.
behalf of Whispering Palms.
Okay. Next up. Ordinance number.
You said bring out the God.
Oh,
God house.
are we having a discussion then? A back and forth. Ordinance number 26-06, first reading. Please read by title.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2026-06 is an ordinance of the city of Lake Forest Beach, Florida, amending chapter 23 land development regulations. Article 3 zoning districts, division 1 generally, section 23.3-6 stables, and division 4 commercial districts, section 23.3-21 NC neighborhood commercial and providing for severability, conflicts, application, and an effective date.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion
Motion to approve.
by Mr. McFoy? Do I have a second?
Second.
By Ms. May? No, Malega, Ms. Malega.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
There were no Madam Clerk,
Did you have a presentation you wanted to give?
go home, go home. Madam Clerk, do you have any blue cards for the rest of the meeting?
I have one for unfinished business B, and that's all I have for this
All right,
evening.
thank you very much. Now we're at unfinished business A. Award of a contract for IFB 26-108 Tropical Ridge Fitness Park Improvement Project. Do I have a motion?
I
Motion for discussion.
Okay, motion and a second. A motion.
Motion for discussion.
Motion
Yeah,
by Ms.
a
May,
motion to approve for discussion.
And
second by Mr. McBoy.
I don't have my backup, so it's a motion to approve to send it for rebid.
No,
No, it's just
Oh, no, then I don't second it. Second.
by
Okay,
Mr.
second.
Segrich.
I'd like to see the staff presentation. That's
Right.
why I would like a
Thank
motion to move forward, at least to see what we're gonna do.
Alfonso, can you come forward? Alfonso, get that pulled up. So Stuart Sword, interim director of leisure services. Give Mr.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Stuart got married.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Exciting times. As I'll kind of frame this up just in the interest of time as we wait for this presentation to come up. So this is coming back a second time. There were some concerns about the equipment, the utility, the usage, community input. So what we have essentially two options. There are multiple paths along both of those options. And as this presentation comes up, the first is to award as is, no change. That's the simplest, that's the cleanest, but I know that does not answer some of the questions we're asked to come back to answer. Option two is going back out for a request for bid. We can do that. That's going to delay the process approximately 120 days. We've crosstalked with Elena at the county, and the option is to submit the extension request. Probably more likely than not, it will get accepted and approved, but we don't know until we submit it. Along that path, and this is the presentation, Alfonso, thanks for pulling that up. So you see, we were asked to bring back two items. The first is there was a concern there was a hand exercise bike. I think there was an error on the icon used on the map schematic. So there is not a hand bike in the exercise equipment. The next slide has all 9 pieces of equipment. As you see, it's a squat, shoulder, chest, 2 cardio climbers, a sit-up bench, extension of bench, thigh squat, and overhead ladders. I think we answered the return item on that in terms of the hand cycle. That's not a piece of equipment. Next slide, please. The second item, some of the community input, was the utility of the equipment for the younger children. So what we've done is added some options here. So I talked about the 2 options and then multiple paths. So option 1, we approve as is. Option 2, we go back out into the bid process and we could completely, refine that scope and solicit for other bids. We could move forward with these options. Next slide. This is for a previous slide. I'm sorry. Previous slide. So this is the spinner, Ms. Tiana. So this spinner is more, the age range is 2 to 12. As you can look at it, you can tell it is geared towards more younger children. Next slide, please. And that's 11,000 installed. The piece of the end item equipment is about $7,000, but we have to pay for the installation. So all these prices are inclusive of installation. The tree spinner, same utility as the other device, but it provides some type of like muscle engagement, and the age range increases from 5 to 12. The price also increases by approximately $7,000, so it's now $18,000. And then the sensory and or the cognitive engagement, again, ages 2 to 5, approximately $18,000. So on this contract here, the $238,000, that leaves a residual of approximately $70,000. So in crosstalk with the county, that residual money, these are the paths I alluded to, we could award a second contract once this one is closed, or we can ask the county to roll that money over into the next fiscal year for us. So multiple paths on how we get there, or we could fund 1 or 2 of these out of that second award. We have had some savings on some of the CIPs that Leisure Services has been in charge of, and we could easily fund one of those with some of those savings, or we could fund it with contractual services or O&M money. So a couple paths to get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy was first.
Okay, so
Ms. Malega, is your hand up? We can't see.
It is, but I'll wait.
Okay.
so the concern that I had at the last meeting was, from a bit of a distance, my sense was that there was community interest in perhaps rebalancing the allocation of resources between the fitness part and the playground part, maybe adjust that balance a little bit differently, and then some specific concerns that is above my pay grade or knowledge level of different types of equipment. But my overall sense was, in terms of working with the community that apparently had been expressing interest for a while, and I did do a little additional research to try to find out, is the interest expressed, one outlier person, or is it maybe representative of a wider range of people in the community? And the second proved to be the case. My concern was that it seemed to me like we weren't there yet with what was currently planned, in terms of our goal as elected leaders is to try to do something that has pretty broad support, in the relevant people, which would be the neighbors most likely to use it close by. I can't quite tell out of the description of options whether there's, of the things that you mentioned, would that address those? I think that I would have to kind of meet with you and with some of the neighborhood people to give a sensible opinion on that. My sense is probably not. And that's why I would be in favor of sending it out for rebid, allowing that adjustment to come to a happier place, let's say, and based on the understanding that it doesn't sound like it would jeopardize the funding, the CDBG funding, nor does it, as far as I can tell, have any other downsides other than the timing is pushed down the road a little. But I don't, I'm not hearing from the community that if we don't have this going tomorrow, sky will fall. So to me, the balance of, yeah, it's kind of a pain to rebid it and some extra work and so on, is worth getting better match to the community. That's my understanding of it based on a little bit research into the community. And that's what I would be in favor of.
Ms. May.
Thank you. And I'm hearing what Commissioner McBoy is saying, because that was my concern too. And when we originally bid this and we said that we called it the Tropical Ridge Fitness Park. So I can understand how staff would say, okay, well, let's replace the fitness equipment in the Tropical Ridge Fitness Park.
Right.
And then when it went to the neighborhood, we heard more feedback from families that would like to improve the playground aspect of it. So basically, we're looking at a multimodal park. So we have the fitness park and we have the playground park. And the fitness part that can you go back in the slides to the fitness part? The 8 things or whatever it is, that. So those 9 things, how much is, according to the bid that we have in front of us that we can approve tonight, how much does that specific part cost?
And
Installed.
guaranteed I'll look like a bodybuilder if I go to.
Chris, can you come forward? Just want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Chris is probably best posture to answer this question. I can hand this off to you. It's in my backup. But the way I look at it, $60,000, $60,800 is the price for that fitness
For installed
in the ground. Correct.
in the ground.
Correct.
Okay, so out of 300,
Speak again correctly, Chris.
There is a separate line, sorry. Chris Hanna, Park Superintendent. There is a separate line for installation fees. That
Right.
covers installation for the whole park, but the equipment itself, for the fitness equipment, it's $60.
what's the line for the installation?
Yeah.
Ballpark, I think.
Oh, hold on.
34.
Okay, so it's 100, let's say the installation is just the fitness park. Let's say that's 100,000. So that leaves, the remainder is 200,000 with maybe the 50,000 as a contingency at the end. So we're looking at another 150,000, which could be playground enhancement.
Except I think
Hold on,
there's some
it's
fence.
not your turn. And then if you could go forward then to the playground. So what you have, wait, do you have what you already have planned? Because I know there was the swing set.
Share drive. Bonzo, come forward. We've got a site map in the iDrive.
I mean, you gave it to us. So it would be the playground equipment that is there.
Correct.
And adding on I forget how you put it, handicap seesaw?
The inclusive
The seesaw and that inclusive seesaw, that's what it was called. And then the 2 swing set.
Correct.
Right? And that was how much, Chris?
The inclusive seesaw is 6,000. And the swing plus a swing, the expression swing,
Right.
as it's called, is 5.
Okay, so you're at another, so you're really only at $110,000.
Right. Yes. That's
Can you please speak into the mic, Chris? Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. So the inclusive seesaw, as it was bid, was $6,100.
Mhm.
And then the expression swing, being the swing itself and the frame, is about 5,500.
Okay, so you're at 115 basically. But it says not to exceed the 238. So where do you get the extra 115,000?
There's a lot of smaller line items in here. One of the bigger line items was the pour in place.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so the pour in
Right,
place.
so
And go ahead.
if we did go out to bid, I think that would probably be the first item to look at to eliminate, to get more playground equipment. Would be, if you can make cuts here.
Well, and I don't know that we necessarily need to make, what I'm getting at is we may not need to make cuts. We may be able to add to this. So, and then little swirly merry-go-round and then the little climber thing, could you put that in as an addition?
Could we just do it ourselves?
Could we do that ourselves? So we have the funds to do that. The other thing is, and since both of this park and Spillway Park are both in District 3, I was thinking that we've had the 125 or 150,000 earmarked for Spillway Park for 6 years. It has kept rolling over. If we want that for this park, because this is the park we're working on now, we can use that, I'm assuming, and we can get the neighbors wanted some more benches and tables to make sure that it was comfortable for the families to be there and hang out and spend time together. So if we accepted this bid tonight and they came back and did this, and then we added to it through the funding that you were discussing, as well as if we needed to pull from the Bryant Park extra money or the Spillway Park extra money, we could do that. And we could add on enhancements to the playground side.
Yeah.
Leaving the fitness park side as is, saying, check, we did that.
Correct.
So that's why when I made the motion to go ahead, I think we go ahead with this and then we subsidize where we need to with other pieces of equipment and benches and stuff that we would be able to bring in, which we can fund outside of CDBG.
Correct. And when we have already crosstalked with the county, we can make some configuration shifts. So we can take the inclusive seesaw and shift it as you enter the park to the right side, which is the north side. We can shift that over so it's on the same side as the swing, allowing a room for either of those, any of those equipments that we just showed.
Do you think you can get both of them?
Spinner,
I mean, there might not be enough space. I don't
the
know.
inclusive seesaw and the swing. I'm going to turn it over to Chris, but Chris and I have talked that. Chris?
Yeah, I'd have to look exactly if you really want two spinners right next to each other like that, the merry-go-round, and then also the pine tree, essentially.
Yeah.
Because like you said, from a safety standpoint, they do need to be a certain distance apart. I can go out there and measure tomorrow morning. But I think with the footprint that we have and with us expanding on that north side and eliminating those old planter boxes,
Right.
it would give us, it's going to give us a lot more room.
Yeah, because they don't want anything that has to do with like neighborhood maintenance, like the neighbors coming in to maintain. I think we've proved isn't going to happen. So let's get rid of that. They're trip hazards and they're dangerous and they're old. So if we clean all of that stuff out and maximize space, you're saying with the CDBG, we can move some things around as long as we have the same bid.
Right. We haven't changed the scope. We're just changing the configuration if it's left or right side. So those are
Okay.
allowed. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I'm
I
thinking.
agree.
Go forward
Let's
with
keep
what we
going.
have and subsidize and add to it like we've discussed, which is why I wanted to do the motion to approve this with some other additions to it. So that's what I have. That's my suggestion.
And the fence is obviously included with all of this, right? That doesn't change.
Okay.
Mr. Segrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Are we allowed to remove an item from the scope without going back out to bid? So for example, the one piece of duplicate exercise equipment, if for whatever reason we said, yes, we don't want to take that out, would that be allowable?
From the conversation I had with Valentina in the county, the answer is no. Valentina, any comment on that?
And here she is.
Valentina Susteda, Assistant Finance Director Purchasing. I will speak up. I don't think that would be a problem, but we would have to confirm. According to our procurement rules, we could reduce the scope. However, if we reduce the scope and award at a lesser, then we are receiving less money.
Right.
So,
And then, so the next question, I think you said one of the options was doing a separate award. So basically taking all of our changes, bundling it up, and that could be grant money, correct? So
Second word.
I would be in,
so I'll I'll clarify. If we award, we would have to award as is. Then if we award, we would have to award as is. We will have to complete the project and then potentially ask for usage of the remaining of the funds for the similar purposes. That's what normally CDBG does. Whether we would get the approval to do that, we don't know. So we could, I think what Stu was trying to explain a little bit more, that we have some remaining CIP funds that we have. There were some savings on other projects that we could potentially look at and then
Right,
add.
we'd have to come out of pocket.
Yes. So
essentially.
it would be a separate project, completely different from this one.
So do we have any thoughts on the likelihood of, let's say we try to do a second grant, right? Are we looking at a 30% likelihood we get that, or 90%, or absolutely no way to tell?
So we had CDBG projects before on a different parks, and when we completed the project, if we wanted to add additional things, we would have to go out, follow the whole process again, and then award it. There is a likelihood. I don't remember which park it was. We finished the whole park. We had about $60,000. They allowed us to do the driveway, extra parking lot around it. So CDBG's goal, from what I've learned in the last few years, is not to take money away. It is to give it to the community. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. I cannot guarantee. We can definitely try.
So, I mean, in my opinion, the safest play in terms of preserving the grant money would be to ask for the extension and see what they say. If they say we could have the extension, we could change the scope and do it cleanly, all as one project. In the end, we would get there almost at the same time, actually probably a little quicker, because we'd be doing it all at once versus disrupting the park, coming back in, moving heavy equipment back in, and there's certain economies of scale, I would assume, on doing it twice, essentially. I would have really liked the second option if we could apply right now and kind of get it all bundled up and still accomplish it all as one time frame, but it doesn't sound like that's possible. So I would be more in favor of first saying, can we extend? If so, then repackaging. If we can't extend, then doing the 2 grant option. And I think, there's almost $80,000 sitting on the table here, and that could have a huge impact on what that playground design would eventually look like. I'm not a big fan of dipping into, more of the funds, just because we have a logistical challenge, right? That we could easily solve with spending more money, but I think it's a lot of money to leave on the table. So that's kind of where my head's at, unfortunately, because I want to get this going.
Yes, that delays it by 4 months.
But I think
I'm just pointing that out. I'm not arguing.
yeah, well, I think the end game would be delayed by 4 months anyway, because the moment we finish the one, we'd have to close it to do the second. Right. So in essence, the children wouldn't be able to be there for longer. Right. They can still use it today. So that's where my head's at.
Okay, Ms. Malega.
I'll modify my motion to.
I know Sarah wanted to speak. Sarah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my concern is, I want to go back to the fitness part. So I have the sheets with me from the original layout, and none of that equipment, none of the names are the same, and none of the numbers are the same. So this is from 3/17/2026. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces of equipment, 11 pieces of equipment versus what's shown now on this blue square. If you want to go back to the other slide. Can you go back to the other slide? Or scroll down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
If you scroll down where the blue square is, you can see the fitness part, because those who are watching on TV can't see it. None of that equipment is the same. So the scope of work, none of these, I don't understand how we're not changing it if none of the equipment is the same as the first one on 3/17/2026. I mean, everything in here is a UP number and has different names versus what's on this screen that you're looking at now is all an OF number and has completely different names and it's all different equipment. So wouldn't that still be a different scope?
Stuart Sword, Interim Director of Leisure. So, Commissioner Lega's comment. I don't have that document in front of me. I mean, I think I do, but it's quite lengthy. From my knowledge, when we wrote the scope, we provided an example of equipment, this piece of equipment or equivalent. So like the discrepancy in their serial number or model number, that's where that's coming from. Hence, you see the different prices on different proposals. So it's the type of equipment like or similar. So the individual contractor pushes play on the type of equipment they're choosing to use. And then Chris Hanna evaluates that. Any comments on that, Chris?
Well, and that's let's go back to that, Stu, because not one piece of this equipment is the same on the original Core Cat presentation site plan that's got Tropical Ridge Fitness Park 3/17/2026 that was provided in the original backup 2 weeks ago versus what's in the backup now that you're showing on the screen. None of the equipment is the same. So I don't understand, how can we change out the entire scope of fitness equipment, but we can't change out one inclusive seesaw without causing havoc?
I'm gonna just help a little bit. Valentina Sesteta, Assistant Finance Director. I'm not sure, I haven't looked at the exact model numbers. When we provide a bidding documents, we provide a model from one manufacturer with a model, and we allow for the equivalent to be provided. The current bidder, he provided an equivalent model. So let's say if we have a seesaw XYZ from one manufacturer, then the other manufacturer may offer a seesaw ABC. So we do not take similar. So I'm just, it's just a language, but it is the equivalent of that particular. There are multiple manufacturers. We cannot say one manufacturer. We can allow other manufacturers to provide not a similar, but the equivalent model of, for example, seesaw.
So it's essentially the same equipment, just
It is-
semantically named different.
It's exactly. So I suspect that is that's why the pictures are, am I correct, Chris? Okay, did that clear?
Okay, and I understand that, but what I don't understand is the equipment on the very first, as I mentioned, the March drawing that we have from this company has things like a cardio walker and parallel bars and a hand cycle. None of those are listed on this new slide that you're showing now. Now we have Pro Drive squat press, cardio climber, overhead ladder. So to me, I mean, I'm in the fitness industry and one of these things does not match the other. They're not equivalent versus a seesaw to a seesaw. So I just want to make sure that I don't understand again how we can't change one piece of playground equipment, but we can change an entire fitness schematic.
I think the concern is from the procurement standpoint, Valentina, you can correct me if I misspeak, is that we can't change the scope how we wrote it in terms of substituting the playground and fitness equipment. The individual contractor does have the latitude to provide a similar or like item.
It has to be an equivalent item. So I'm not sure of what documentation you guys had on the first set of the drawings, the second. I don't know.
For instance,
Wait, Mr. Perry wants to speak.
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Let us go back and take a look at that and try to clarify and answer those questions. And
Instead of putting them on the spot.
Correct. Yeah. We'll do it that way. Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot. I'm just trying to get clarification, Mr. Perry, in regards to, how we can make such a huge change in the fitness stuff. And I can understand, like you said, that if the winner of the bid said, hey, I don't have that, but I have this, and it is the same body part, that makes sense. If it's the same, like if we're here where it says accessible chest press, and they said we don't have an accessible one, but we have a chest press, or we have none of this equipment is swappable, is my point.
Commissioner, I agree. all those issues are important. So let us go back and just take a look at it and make sure we can bring back the answers to the
So
board.
can I withdraw my previous motion and make a motion to table this to the next meeting?
This-
Then I.
As long as the seconder agreed.
I shall do so.
We have one public comment,
I think you're this.
but we have a public comment, Ms. Fisher?
That's what I'm trying to get.
What?
The public comment,
Yeah,
I
right,
think,
we-
is going to
here we
give some additional helpful.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North A Street. I'm speaking to you as the treasurer of Tropical Ridge Neighborhood Association. And I was asked to speak to you. I provided you all a 2-scale, not really fancy drawing, but these are correct measurements that I made and took this afternoon. So there's plenty of room in this park. It has no grass except for in the upper right-hand corner. That's it. Otherwise, it's sand and dirt. Any place there's not anything enclosed. The neighborhood met with staff on January 5th, 5 months ago, guys, 5 months ago. There's no reason this should be here now going through all this. We specifically asked staff for the fence, to install tables with benches in the playground area for mothers who bring their children there. Not anywhere in there. Swings for all ages. We wanted more benches, not just the 2 that are already in the park, but more benches. We asked for an upgrade or improvement in the playground equipment. The playground equipment is, as we heard before at your meeting last week, which I watched even though I wasn't there, is for 2 to 5. We want it to be equipment and playground for 2 to 12. You had a mother stand here and say her 5-year-old is aged out of this equipment. So don't give us more. There's already a sensory thing underneath where the slide is. And when I go down to South Bryant Park and look at the thousands of dollars being installed down there, and this is the only park other than the whatever Joshua's house and that the park that you talked to about cutting the ribbon for, this is the only green, if it's not even green, but dirt for the public in Tropical Ridge.
Thank you. That's fine.
I'm going to keep talking as a
ma'am, you wrap it up if you would.
well, I've tried to talk to staff and gotten gobbledygook back. We've tried to talk to staff. These are the minutes of our January 5th meeting where I read from you.
Okay.
And
Thank you very much.
we would ask that this be withdrawn and rebid to include and spend the entire grant.
Thank you very much. And I know that we all got a letter from the lady that appeared at the meeting last week about her concerns about the playground. I'm sure we all read it. So do we want to, are you going to do, well, it will be, if we're going to postpone it, let's.
Anthony was in the middle of this.
Okay, Anthony?
So I was going to say that instead of like withdrawing and tabling it, waiting on answers for staff, we can keep the process moving. And it seems like most of us up here are for changing this in such a way that we would have to go back out to bid anyway.
Mhm.
So I would basically urge the motion maker to just, let's give direction to staff to come back with it, but also let's correct the process. 'Cause I think we did some steps out of order where we need to approve this level of detail in the scope prior to us actually putting out the bid, so we don't repeat the same mistake.
But until it comes back from out to bid, we don't know the options that are coming back to us.
Is that correct? That's accurate?
No.
Well, I'm
Specify.
I'm
I
asking.
mean, we can
staff.
bring the procurement document.
No, I mean, now we do, but I'm saying in general, when you put out to bid, you're putting out, can you bring us a playground? Or are you saying specifically, can you bring us this, and this? Okay, so then Anthony's right. We could do that first.
Yes, that is correct. When they write a scope, we're going to write a list of the equipment. We can present you the type and pictures of whatever it is. We will write a model and we can have the equivalent. So it may come that looks a little bit different, but it's in principle the same and equivalent piece of
Could be
equipment.
purple instead of
It-
green.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
But adding the equipment that we talked about tonight. The two.
Yes, I mean,
Tiana McKay, interim assistant city manager. That is correct. We will go out to the community. We will speak with the community and we will come back with a plan and some options for the commission prior to going out.
Okay, so if you want to withdraw your motion and change it to.
Okay.
Directing staff.
I will withdraw the motion to approve and we will direct staff to come back with a,
Let's withdraw the motion first. Does the seconder withdraw the motion? Who was the seconder?
Sarah, I think.
I think it was Sarah. Sarah, do you agree with withdrawing?
Yes,
Okay.
withdrawing.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. So now make a new motion.
Well, I don't think it's a motion. It's, we're just asking
Well, or-
staff to
or-
come back. So we're denying this.
Okay, so it's a motion to not approve it, I guess. Ms. Valentina.
I would like just to clarify.
Yeah.
So we have a very short timeline. So
Mm.
are you directing us to revise the scope and go out to bid? Because if this is what we're directing, then we need to do the extension.
What is our timeline?
I am not sure.
This was a completion date of December 15th of this year for funding by December.
So we're gonna have to ask for an
31st.
extension.
Yes, we will have to, if we want to do that, we will then ask for the extension. And then we will go through the whole process, bring you the scope prior to us going out to
And
bid.
how likely is it to get an extension? Is that a problem?
We had a meeting last week and they were very
Okay.
positive about it. I don't think we're going to have a problem.
Okay, great. All right, so.
Maybe lose the seesaw.
What, they're gonna come back real quick.
Just real quick, I do want to emphasize that there was a reference here to process, and there seems to be a concern that somehow the communication with the neighboring areas hasn't been ideal. Please try to resolve that to the satisfaction of the folks around there
That's why we're.
and
sending it
work
back.
out with them, and I don't know whether you need to reach out to fitness people or get
All right.
Ms. Malega, but sort that out before it comes back to us.
Thank you.
That's why
Please.
we're sending it back.
We will follow that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Discussion regarding the regulation of
I'm
design.
sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
I
Yeah.
took that to be a motion by the Vice Mayor. Seconded by Commissioner Maliga to direct staff to ask for an extension, revise the scope and rebid the project. Am I correct or incorrect?
you are correct.
I don't believe we had a vote on that.
All in favor?
We did.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Discussion regarding the regulation of designer drugs within the city. Where is this? Let's see. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Who's going to present this?
So we presented you with this memo because we're not sure where you want to go with this designer drug issue. It's, as you can see, you gave direction in 2025. Unfortunately, the legislature passed their bill in until October 1 of 2027. There's nothing you could do zoning wise. The only other city that we found that is doing anything with this is Sarasota. And they have a bunch of regulations pretty much inspecting someone going into a shop and saying, what are the ingredients, and taking action, which is probably going to involve PBSO. We don't know if you want to spend any more time on this at this point. That's really why we're asking some direction as to what, if anything, you want to do with designer drugs, other than take them, of course.
I was going to say, really. Do you have samples? Say again what Sarasota's doing. If you would.
Sarasota has a real extensive, and they have a good relationship apparently with their sheriff's office, where they're going in and they're trying to regulate this product. Now, since Sarasota has done that, the legislature has taken some action. The Attorney General just a few weeks ago filed an emergency order on one particular design drug, Kratom. So there's a lot of action happening different places on the state level. And frankly, the concern is, if we do try to enforce this, who's going to enforce this? Is it going to really be PBSO? Or are you expecting code that's going to enforce something like this?
How could code enforce it?
Well, that's our concern is
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
realistically, code's not going to enforce this.
No.
And realistically, are the police going to take time from whatever they're doing to do this? But that's your call. We just want to know what else you want us to do with this.
And can we like distance or can we do distance requirement? What can we
No,
do?
that's-
We can't,
that's-
that's what I'm saying. The
You
state
can't do
really
anything
doesn't
to do with
do
zoning
much.
because of the legislature's bill last year, the Senate bill that said you can't do anything that's going to
Inhibit
right inhibit.
retail, commerce. Okay.
So your hands are somewhat tied.
So how much can we do anyway? So, all right. So, I see Ms. Malega. I see Ms. Malega's hand is up.
Thank you. So that means that we can't do a moratorium. We can't do variance for places of worship, government house, government buildings.
Nope, those are things we looked at, like distance requirements, but thanks to the legislature and the Senate bill from last year, there's nothing we can do until October 1 of 27.
What
From
is
the
the age
zoning
requirement to purchase these things?
I don't know what the age requirement is.
Well, I think that that's something that we need to look into and make sure that the age requirement is being met and not that they're not selling to people who are underage, because that's really, the most vulnerable in our city. And if that includes getting PBSO to try to, to do investigations and to making sure that they're abiding by the rules, I think that we should do that.
It is, I'm sorry, it's 21 years old.
21,
The
yeah.
state
So,
says 20
right.
it's
So if
21.
I've got if I've got 19-year-olds walking in and buying this stuff, then they should be shut down.
Well, it's a state law. If that occurs, then, and someone finds out, then there should be a prosecution of the store or the
Right.
person that's
Like an
selling.
alcohol when they're not
Right,
not
like if
proofing
you sell
kids.
alcohol or tobacco to someone underage, the seller is the one that could be prosecuted.
But the state law
That's what
takes
I'm
care
saying.
of that
So-
anyway, correct?
Yes, yes.
It's taken care of
Okay,
because
but
the
it-
state law says it.
I understand that. What I'm saying is if we as a city cannot do anything, we can encourage PBSO to make sure that they're not selling to anybody by sending undercovers in or making sure that they're abiding by this 21 law. I'm not going to wait for the state of Florida to come to Lake Worth Beach and make sure that people underage aren't buying Kratom. The state
No.
of Florida's,
No.
they're not the ones who have to answer to our residents. We do.
Right. You can certainly request that PBSO take a closer look at this, and I'm not sure, they may already be looking at it closely. I haven't spoken with them.
Okay, so we wouldn't really have to do anything. The state law says 21 or older, so we could enforce it through the state statute with the PBSO.
Right. If you want it to be a priority, I think we communicate that. Management
PBSO.
communicate that to PBSO and say the commission wants this to be a priority. They want you to spend some of your time and resources on this issue.
Well, that's the way that I would like to go, because if there's no other way that we can attack this, then I think that we need to make sure that at least the rules that the state has put in place are being followed. So I would like to ask the commission for consensus on making sure that this is a priority for PBSO.
Well, certainly something for them to
Consent.
work on. Now, what if Sarasota did all these? I see.
I
If
think Sarah has asked for consent. so
Yeah, I'm
we-
asking for consent to give this as
I
a
consent.
directive to PBSO.
Sure,
Consent.
for them to enforce this.
So you've got
okay.
two consents anyhow.
Ms. Me?
I have a question before I consent to anything.
Okay.
Where did this come from? Like, why is this being brought up now?
Because I asked for consensus on it about 8 months ago and we gave consensus to research it
Okay.
and bring it forward.
I guess I didn't realize that. I don't even, what is a designer drug? Like,
It's how they're basically defining it's off-label illicit drugs that the FDA hasn't caught up with yet. So, it takes a while for the federal government to catch up on these things.
Okay.
So like something like synthetic kratom, it took them years to catch up on it.
Right.
And every day there's new things like this popping up.
Okay.
What the Sarasota ordinance did for the city was allow them to be more nimble than the federal and state governments. I disagree that it's basically nothing and redundant to the state law. I think it actually allows that local municipality to be quite nimble. The other thing with it is many of the stores that are selling these items are also selling hard drugs under basically the same labels. So they're utilizing product packaging and so on, and the ability to have things that look, smell, and act just like the fully legal drug to sell the fully legal drug. And
PBSO has confirmed that there are some places within our city limits that are doing exactly that.
And they can't, with the current regulations, they can't go after those. We have to do something extra.
Well, no, there's certain ways they can go after them, but there is other things that we can do as a city to take matters into our own hands. For example, we can ding them on their business license. We can issue fines. We can revoke their business license. Without having to wait for actual criminal prosecution, we can utilize code as well based on this stuff. Now, we can't have distance regulations because that gets into zoning, but in terms of business license violation based on the age statute or the sale of a product like that, that I think we can do because it's not a zoning issue.
I'm going to defer to the attorney.
Again, if this is a priority for the commission and you're going to direct staff in our office to work on this, direct staff to say code enforcement is going to spend more time on it. That's really what we need to know is how much of a priority is this for you?
Could code enforcement go into a store? Or would it have to be the PBSO?
It realistically is PBSO.
PBSO, because a code guy is not going to say they have no knowledge of what the designer drugs are.
And if you're reading labels and if it's mislabeled, I'm not sure how that's gonna, but I hear, the commissioner's concern about this topic. It's just, how many resources are there and where do you want to spend your resources? That's why it's a policy decision that we're bringing.
I'm not comfortable giving consent to have code deal with this.
No.
Code has enough on their plate.
Do you believe that the Sarasota ordinance is going to stand challenge?
Madam
No, I know that's not what you were asking, Sarah. You were asking for PBSO.
Right. Sarasota's passed an ordinance.
A while ago, about 10
25.
years ago, they've had it.
Okay, so it's grandfathered in.
And I don't know whether Sarasota believes there's been any success.
Right.
I mean, we haven't contacted Sarasota to say, has this made an impact?
Right. When we talked about this on Friday at the pre-agenda meeting, that I believe the discussion was we will talk to PBSO and see what they said. Did we do that?
I have a discussion with them, but we have our one-on-ones tomorrow at o'clock.
Okay.
PBSO, so we'll discuss it.
Okay, I can consent to the discussion with PBSO and see how we can, I mean, I obviously want to keep our residents safe. And if there's, I'm obviously not against that. I just don't want to put code in the position to have to do that. And I think that if it's a PBSO issue, and you're saying they already know that, if they say to us, if you guys put this on the books, we can be stronger, then I'm all for it. But I think it needs to be done in correlation with PBSO. So I can give consent to have that discussion and see if they say, because there were some things regarding like trespassing where they were saying we can't do it until you do X. And if that's the case, we can do X.
And I'll get with Captain Carr tomorrow, and he's probably going to want to get with Brian from legal, from the SO's legal.
Right.
And come back with something. We'll schedule a meeting and discuss it.
I mean, is that what you're looking for, Sarah and Anthony? Is that the consensus you were looking for?
Yes, that's all I was looking for.
Okay, then yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think again, PBSO needs to have input into this. And Sarasota's not been challenged on this. It's
not that I know of, no.
But we don't know how they've been enforcing it either.
No.
Let's find out.
Okay.
All right, let's find out. Okay. So at this point, we have consensus, I think, to have it sent. Okay, and Mr. McVoy, yeah, I see that.
And I have one public comment, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. And let's hear from the commission first, Mr. McVoy, and then Mr. Segrich, or however you want to do it.
I deferred.
Okay, Mr. Segrich first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So one of the issues kind of with the state law is it's one of those things that isn't seriously prosecuted. Is not. So just as by way of example, we had a driver in South Palm Park that every day would sit and get completely high in his car and drive around the neighborhood and then stop. And it was like a Cheech and Chong movie. Neighbors complained and so on. Finally, PBSO caught him. They just give him a talking to, not even a ticket. And the reason was they said our state's attorney doesn't want them prosecuting small-time drug crimes. And that's kind of where these things fall into. And it's a shame because these things should be prosecuted. Some of these synthetic drugs or designer drugs are worse than their traditional counterparts. So, there's many studies that show synthetic kratom, it can be worse than heroin. And up until recently, it was very much allowed. And when we first asked for consensus, it was allowed in our state.
Right.
When we first got consensus, it was for the city attorney to do this research, the questions that you're asking, Madam Mayor, and Mimi, about some of the effectiveness of this. What did it work? That's what we asked in the beginning. So it's coming back to us basically just with the ordinance that I had sent them and no research done, maybe a little bit. So I am disappointed that the original consensus, because it would have made a lot more sense if we had that research to talk about. So now we're basically instructing them to go back and do the research that we instructed them to do the first time. Things that I would like to see is focusing on not what we can't do because of SB 180, what we can do. And I think there's some very powerful things that we can do with business licensing and fines.
What's your
First offense, $500 fine.
what's the offense?
The offense is the sale of
The sale.
any one of these banned designer drugs, or the sale of certain of these things to anyone under 21, or the sale of tobacco to anyone under 21. We can attach, I think it's 21, Florida. Yeah. I think the state statute is, the punishment is under 21, or maybe it's 18. I don't know. But regardless, there are age restrictions. But we can add teeth from a municipal standpoint to that, which will help us with basically eradicating that kind of business happening within our town. I also think it's worth understanding and having stuff ready for when SB 180 lifts. And that's right around the corner. And given our timeline on doing things, that falls right within our range.
Unless they reinstate it because God knows what, but you're
It might be, yeah, and that would really, really be horrible. But these are a real danger. And they run side by side with the hard drugs and so on. And they don't get the attention they deserve. So, I really want to encourage us to look at all options and figure out how can we add some teeth to this. Per the state statute, it doesn't have to be an officer of a law. It can be a code officer. I understand my colleagues' hesitancy for that. But if the sale of some of these things is not allowed and we're doing a use and occupancy inspection and there's a giant jar of it right up in the front of the room, they can see, oh, look.
I'd call PBSO.
They could call PBSO, or they could note it in the report, and then PBSO can come back and do something about it. But this is bad, and I think this allows us to be on the leading edge of a problem versus waiting for the state or the federal government to catch up to some of this.
So what you're asking is council to come up with, or staff to come up with, potential violation. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very concerned about the code. Like if a code guy goes in to do a use and occupancy inspection and he happens to see it, I would just say he walks outside, he does his inspection, he says, hey, PBSO is in there, because we're dealing with people that are dealing drugs that
Might not be the
it
friendliest.
might not be friendly. It might be dangerous. And that's my only concern.
I mean,
And they can
we
call the authority.
we have them walk in there and look at people's nameplates and say, oh, it has an Esquire. You need a law license for this business. So, I mean, we do ask them to be observers when they walk
Yes,
in
but I'm saying
places.
this- we're talking about especially.
And not all these things are dangerous. These are sold in gas stations.
I feel my feeling is it should be PBSO that enforces this. I don't think, and I think like Ms. May said, our code they're pretty busy right now. Mr. McVoy,
I think the attorney has.
would you like to say something?
No, I'm just trying to make sure. So what I'm hearing consensus is look into this, tell us what we could do outside of the zoning world through PBSO, but not code. Because that's what I'm hearing that this, for you, you were saying not code, you're saying code. I'm not sure what Commissioner Malega is. So, you know, that's really.
I'm not interested in code right now.
Okay.
So not code, just PBSO. I just want to make clear what the consensus is.
So,
I believe.
so no business license violation if they're found to be in violation?
That's okay.
Can.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure for our city attorney to look into those measures where it might not be our code enforcement officers who are doing the investigation and finding, but there are real municipal penalties and quite quick escalation to loss of business license.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's no problem. It's just,
right.
I don't want to put code in that line of.
That's what I'm hearing is we can
You agree with
amend the code, like the trespass. comment
So we
made
could
before.
say that if you are fined, or if you are found to be guilty of having this by PBSO, you automatically lose your business license.
It could be also be a public
And I
nuisance.
think the key is the manager said he's going to be meeting with the captain this week and, you know, PBSO's appetite and the state attorney's appetite for prosecution is going to have a lot of impact as to what you can realistically can and can't do.
But couldn't the city attorney, I mean, just flying back to 1990s, I would go down to Delray once a month and prosecute those municipal ordinances. I just went down there, took a couple hours and it was
Right.
done.
We do have an outside attorney who is in court every week,
Right.
prosecuting. Realistically, what that is a fine.
Right.
And it's never jail time because that involves the public defender. But yeah, we will definitely look into it and focus on PBSO.
Because we also could have a public, nuisance abatement if they're going to keep going on it, if they second or third. So is there consensus to have the city attorney go and follow up on this?
Consent.
Consenting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McBoyd, do you need to say anything or do you want to consent?
Just that I do like the approach that Commissioner Segret said of let's not look at what we can't do. Let's look at what we can and be creative with that, obviously legal. But
So you-
yeah,
Right, so-
everything I'm hearing, I'm not in for code either. But the idea of if we can use the business licenses as a mechanism as part of it, or prosecuting, I agree that fines is probably not going to be effective, but I also think it's important to recognize that if the flavor out there at the PBSO and prosecutor level is, yeah, we're not taking that very seriously, let's do what we can to move that
Yep.
forward.
All right, so
Yeah,
in
I'm all for
short, you
Yes.
agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we have
Thank you very
5
much.
consensus.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I still have a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
The one comment is from Greg Richter. 1202 South Palm Way. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I was watching the pre-agenda meeting last Friday, and the discussion came up regarding the enforcement of the new regulations on designer drugs. A lot of discussion took place as to what role PBSO would play into the enforcement. Listening to the city attorney, this is more of a checking on labeling of products. Instead of having PBSO checking on labeling of products, why can't we have code enforcement do this? It makes a lot more common sense having code enforcement doing this and keep PBSO out on the street. If a code officer should run into an issue, they can always call for PBSO to help. Thank you all for your time and service to our community.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we have direction and we're moving on. New business, presentation on semi-finalist candidates for city manager from Sumter Local Government Consulting. They're not here, are they? They're here. There they are, right there. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, really. Thanks for being here. Speak loudly into the microphone.
Yes, Is that working? Excellent. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank y'all for having me tonight. Just want to update you on where we are in the process and hopefully get some decisions as to being able to move forward on the semifinalists. So just to kind of get everybody on the same page for the process, since it's been a while, let me just kind of recap where we are. And so we've gone through with the recruitment activities. We've received initially 71 resumes. 5 candidates have withdrawn since the time that they initially presented their resumes. So 66 candidates remain. We did our normal process, which is to create a matrix of the candidates based on certain criteria that was in the sort of job description and initial materials that y'all had to be able to create sort of a ranking system to be able to kind of identify which of the candidates that most closely fit the profile that y'all have at this initial and early stage. And so if you think about it from the standpoint of a funnel, we're starting from that top part of the funnel. We've got a lot of candidates and we're adding data as we go. And as we swirl around in the funnel, we're going to be kicking people out of the process and keeping others in as we learn more about the candidates and then eventually come out with the one that's the best fit for the city of Lake Worth Beach. And so at this point in the process, what we're doing is recommending to you 28 of the 66 candidates that we think have a shot at being that candidate. Some are going to be better than others. Some may appear not to meet your requirements, but might. And so our recommendation of keeping such a large number is that it's better to have someone go through the next step in the process, which is us doing the video tape recorded interviews with the candidates. And so what we do is before that, we will do all of our sort of open source searching to see what issues are in the news, social media, and our talks with folks that may know these people without doing a reference check or hurting their confidentiality. And then we will ask them those questions during the interview so that if somebody has, say, something in there, we've got one candidate is widely known that he had a hot mic incident or may have had a hot mic incident. We'll ask them about that during the interview so that you've got those questions sort of answered and not leave that off the table. And then we'll return back to you with a report that will include about 40 minutes of interview time for each of the 28 candidates. So you'll have a link to that video that you can watch the whole video. You can watch 5 minutes of it, whatever flavor you want to. You'll have our notes. And so we include notes on here's what we liked about the candidate. Here's what concerns us. And then we'll have links to the articles that we found online that, kind of talk about whatever issues that are major, not going to be every article ever written about them, but the major ones that we think would potentially impact their candidacy for this particular job. And then we'll come back with a set of recommendations there, hopefully get down to about 5 or 6 from the 28 that we think are the best fits. Come back and meet with y'all again. You guys then choose whether you like the 5 or 6 we recommended or you have others, and we can walk through that process similar to what we did in Sarasota. And then from there, those folks would be invited to Lake Worth Beach for a 1 to 2 day process where we take them through tours and meet with staff and meet with y'all in the community and go through that process. And so, and then make a determination on who you want to make an offer to, and we go forward from there. So sorry for the lengthy presentation, but just want to kind of give you an idea. This is what we're going through at the stage we're at now is preliminary from the standpoint of, we don't have them embedded fully. We've got a good idea of who the 28 are that we should talk to next. And then we just need either y'all's blessing or modification on that. I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the candidates or our process or where we want to go from here.
Thank you. Mr. McBoy?
Yeah, thank you. I sent a message to Mr. Hutmacher to ask for the actual Excel file of the matrix so I could look at that a little bit more. And I know from experience with myself that I tend to mess with the Excel files to make them more compact and so I can get a better overview of it. I'm happy at some point to share that back out. It's the same information, just maybe abbreviation so you can get an overview. I think the questions for us as a commission at this point, to come back to your funnel analogy, is how have we done as the opening of the funnel? Have we done as good a job as we can of pulling from the available market of who is out there? Because obviously our interest is to get the best possible candidate that we can convince to come here. Right. Have we left anybody off of that isn't in this list? That's one question. And I guess I'll defer to my colleagues. I'm sure they have some thoughts on whether we've achieved that.
Sure.
The other is, as I worked with the matrix and kind of boiled it down a little bit, I was concerned that we really weren't given very much to distinguish them. It was really a fairly small number of criteria. And maybe that's okay because, as you're saying, this is the first round. We're going to bring more criteria in later. But it does raise a little bit of two questions in my mind, and I want to come back to one. One is the match one I'll come back to later. Who should be doing the work? I spent quite a bit of time going through this stuff myself, and I kind of think that I'd rather that we're paying you to do some of that screening. Give us the pieces, as in the sort of show your work aspect, so that we can look at it and say, yeah, we pretty much agree with your criteria, but give us some more criteria. And that gets me to the other part. When we had individual discussions, I liked what you said at the time, which was, look, the final set of 5 or 6 are obviously going to be qualified. That's not my goal. My goal, speaking for you, is to bring you a good match to your city. And that gets me back to, well, what are the criteria? How are you identifying a good match? I didn't really see very many things that help with the match, maybe with the qualified part.
Yeah. So
but we're not there.
We're not there yet. And so
Yeah.
the next step is when we really get into the meat of the process, where you get in personality, you get in explanations of tenures and processes and vetting the candidates and asking them questions that are very relatable to the challenges that y'all have. And so we're going to be, very focused in on those questions that we think will most likely, bring out what the best candidate for Lake Worth Beach is going to be. So at this early stage, you're dealing with sort of the ocean. And so we're trying to just get it down to a reasonable amount of folks to be able to talk to that we think we're capturing without letting somebody off that we think might be a good fit for y'all. And so we had to have some kind of process to be able to sort of vet that without, boiling the ocean. And so I think this is a reasonable approach that we've taken in other communities that gets you to a reasonable certainty that these folks are generally qualified. And then the next level of information is going to be significantly more. And I think what y'all are communicating is you want to know that. And then I think you're going to know that from the next step in the process. You'll have more data than you can probably deal with.
And I think maybe a suggestion from me, and if there's consensus from the rest of us, is before you go too far in that process of your next stage of the filter, the funnel, maybe send us, hey, these are 5, 10, I don't know, some number. We're going to ask about this. We're going to ask all the candidates.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff is specific. You do the interview and, hey, what really happened here? But some of it is, how do they rate on item X? How do they rate on item Y?
Yeah.
You know,
And certainly we can prepare and send to y'all this
I
week
think
the
that-
question list that we're going to ask them. And if y'all would like to, what we did in Sarasota too, is that, each commissioner had the opportunity, if they wanted to add a question to our list, they could, or 2, or whatever it is that we need to do. Obviously, we don't want to keep, a 6-hour interview, but
Right.
to a reasonable amount, if we can hit some things that are of interest to y'all. So we'll send you our draft list of questions generically that we'll ask each of the candidates. Then, as you mentioned, some of them will be very specific to their experience,
Right, that's
so
different.
that
But some you want.
but some you'll just see the general one of, here's how the 6 or 7 questions we plan on asking them that we think will get us what we need.
Thank you. I'm going to call Ms. Malega just because she's up there. Sarah?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. So I'm kind of on both sides, right? Like I already did a deep dive and did my own research on the top candidates that I pulled. And went through Google and tried to find out what they were making and what was their backstory. I guess I'm a little concerned and confused on if there are people that we like that you don't bring forward, how do we address that?
That's for tonight, in that you all determine all the list of the semifinalists, not us. All we do is make recommendations. So anyone that you want to either cut from the list or add someone that we didn't recommend, the commission, we're encouraging y'all to do that because it's really your list, not mine.
Okay, so we need to send you an email then with, hey, I think this candidate looks good, or I don't like this candidate, or I'd like to learn more about this person. So you want to hear from us, our top 10, 12?
No,
What
I
is-
think
what number?
it can be any process that y'all want to go through. It's typically, we use our list as a basis to go off of. And then, if y'all say, okay, everybody agree that, not one of the guys down here, was great and you missed them, we all like to add them. Great. Let's go ahead and add them. So it's really whatever
Okay,
process
so-
is good for y'all.
Well, I don't have my book with me. It's sitting in City Hall, so I'm not prepared to do that tonight. But when I get back to City Hall on Tuesday, I will send you the people, and I guess that's what we can all do, is just send you the list of the people that we like, or the ones that we don't, I guess, and then go from there would be the next step.
That's fine with me.
I mean, if one person doesn't like somebody, does that get them off?
No, I think you have to have
Right.
consensus to be able to do that. And I think it'd be appropriate for y'all to vote and say, this is the semifinalist list.
Did you advertise the ICMA?
Yes. Yeah, we did ICMA, Florida League of Cities, Florida City County Managers Association, Georgia City County Managers Association. And I do have actual screenshots that our recruiting coordinator is a step ahead of me most of the time. So she did take the screenshots when she posted them. They're expired now, most of the ads, so I can't grab them, but we did post everywhere.
Mr. Segridge?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming all the way down. And also, thank you for being responsive to the requests. I know I had some requests of you. I was very happy to see that you updated the matrix with a lot of some of the additional information that I at least asked about city size and budgets. And I found that very helpful going through the list. I appreciate the clarity of where we are in the process. Because I think even myself, some of my commentary wasn't understanding exactly where you were in the process of that. So for example, in the pre-agenda, I had brought up reputational check, right? And understanding now that that's going to have more of a deep dive on these. Great. Awesome. I've got a number of ones that I can send that I think should be off, and like Commissioner Malega said, some that should be on, and then it seems obvious we're not going to be able to vote on the exact list tonight. One of my concerns with this, and it deals with the funnel and the amount of advertising. I don't think we should shut the advertising until we really get to the end of this. Out of this list, they're just judging by resumes and online research, there are some highly qualified individuals. Hard to tell whether they are the right fit for us. Myself personally, the number of individuals that met that mark for me wasn't that many. And I would love to see some more, so if I'm looking at your list of qualified, man, I would love to see another 5 tier 1 candidates in there. And also specifically focusing on cities that are like us. So we received an email from one of our constituents, and she was highlighting all the similarities this one particular candidate's city that they worked in had to Lake Worth Beach. And I think that's important. And I think there are a number of areas or regions around the country besides Florida and Georgia that could benefit from that advertising. And if it means we spend more on advertising, let's spend more on advertising. Because for me at least, this is probably going to be one of the most consequential votes and choices I have to make for the future of our city. And man, I want to make sure we have we've squeezed the heck out of the country and found every last person. And I'm really a strong believer in that outbound, at least a phone call. Hey, you're the city manager of such and such beach out in California. I'd like to tell you about a great little town over in Florida. Any interest, right? Boom. Because this is a tough position. This is a tough hire for us, but it is so important. I will say that, I had gone on record previously in city commission meetings saying, hey, we need to get this person in here ASAP because we have to stop some of the issues that are going on. I would like to compliment staff and some of the recent changes in the job that they are doing, because I am more confident now that we're moving along in the right direction. We have a little more time. So I would not be opposed to us continuing to accept resumes. I'd almost encourage it throughout this pipeline, throughout the process. And I'm looking very much forward to seeing the video interviews, and I'm glad we can suggest some questions and so on. I just think we need to make sure we take our time and turn over every rock that we can.
If I'm,
Thank you. Go ahead.
yeah, just to respond to the position is open till filled. It is still up on our website. It's up on our portal. We are still including it in every email blast that we send out as open. Anyone we talk to, we encourage them to apply. So you will get more candidates.
I think the ads
going through. Yeah. So let me kind of give you some thoughts on that. There's a couple ways to think about it. And so obviously, anytime somebody's paid advertising, they're going to have a cutoff and then you pay for it again to run the ad again. And so here's the challenge with that is that the message it sends out when you go back out, potentially to the candidates that have already put in that are your better candidates are, I guess they're not happy with the list they got. So I'm probably out. And they need to go find better people. Now that's not necessarily true. I'm just saying the messaging,
sure,
we can try to preempt some of that by explaining, here's what we're doing by putting the ad back out. But the first question I'll get from the candidates is, I saw y'all just re-advertise it. What's going on?
Well, I think by keeping the pipeline moving and moving, quickly moving whatever semifinalists we currently have to that, I think you have the opportunity to keep people warm.
Yeah, I just wouldn't hold up and wait until you've run another cycle.
No, I'm saying keep the pipeline going.
I'd like to get to the video interviews just to keep some of these
100%. You got to keep them warm. Got it.
You got some good ones there.
I would have hoped they already had a screening or a phone call or so on. But keep them warm. But while we're keeping these guys warm and going through this process,
right? And then
my vote would be to put those ads back out there, and see if we have any stragglers, as well as continue to do the outbound right up until we get to the point where we're now deep into that funnel and we've got a set of 10 people we're choosing from.
And the other thing from an advertising standpoint, the ICMA covers, that's your national advertising, and that's one everybody sees that's even remotely interested. Even
what are your thoughts on just some of the more generic ones like Indeed?
I think it's
or LinkedIn.
Not going to get any real value out of it. We do post on LinkedIn. Not as a formal job, but we do a lot of posting on LinkedIn to be able to, put out the jobs that we have in this one.
Outbound recruitment would be via LinkedIn.
Yeah, we post about this particular job.
Well, no, but like in Sales Navigator, pulling up a list of all the people with the criteria, and then
that's
outbound
how
reaching out to them.
That's generally how we do the recruiting. Is we'll do a search for candidates that
and then
narrow it down and then send out to them.
Okay,
that way. So yeah, and we do that, and then we've also got, it's about 7,500 direct emails to city managers that are all, current email addresses. And also just so I guess for the audience and for y'all as well, just to remind you, the process hadn't changed since we had initially proposed. And so from a vetting standpoint, this is normal. And how we do this is that we get to this initial candidate review, hand that to you, then we do the vetting on the candidates from there. And that's why we may have a larger group than maybe some other firms would have at this juncture. But our idea is to keep as many people in and then go through this process of the video interviews. So I don't think we're behind at all. It's just, this is the process that we proposed to y'all, and this is what we're following through on.
Procedurally though, if it's, we have this list of people and we have all the resumes that we have from them. If the ad is still open, procedurally, how does that go in case, do we just keep adding to this? How does that work?
Yeah. So typically what we'll do is once a week, as we, get through this meeting here, each week we will send you any of the resumes that we get there that I like to send them all and then just let you know, here are the three, there's 6 in this bunch. These are the 3 that we think are good. Take a look at them. And it's a little bit more awkward because it's, there's a very specific process we go through to put this matrix together, and then the stragglers coming in, we don't want to reject them because they could be valuable to the
So we can
city.
take a look.
And so that's generally what we do is that if someone pops up, we'll either send it to y'all, or we really can't wait for approvals at that point. So generally what we're doing is, as we're doing the interviews, I might just do one. It can't hurt.
Mhm.
And we'll do the video, send it to y'all. And if you don't like them, they don't like them. It's just my time that's getting taken
Oh.
up, not y'all's.
But at some point, we're going to be far along in this process.
Yes.
And I would hate to see somebody after, we're in this process for 6 weeks or 2
Right.
months come up.
It happens, but very rarely. There's also cyclical from a market standpoint in that, somebody that's very happy in their job today, 3 weeks from now might decide, I really need a change. And I loved that Lake Worth Beach job. I'm sorry I didn't jump on it. And they'll call me and say, can I apply? And my answer is always yes.
But is it ever a cutoff date?
Oh, I think that's going to be up to y'all. Usually when we're doing the finalist interviews, we're hesitant to bring you an extra candidate, but if they're really good, I'll bring them to you and let y'all decide. I'm not going to cut anybody.
Mr. Secretary, you find something amusing? I don't know. Oh, okay.
I mean, it's open until somebody's sitting in the seat, but we'll bring them all to you. There's nobody that's going to apply that we're not going to tell you about.
But we're going to still go ahead with what we're doing. We're not going to wait for the last
Yeah.
person to pop.
And so if y'all want us to run the ad again, what I recommend is, and nothing for y'all to do, but I will send out an email proactively to all the candidates, letting them know you may see an ad being placed for this job. That is
No reflection.
no reflection on the quality of the candidates, because we are moving forward with these semifinalist candidates. Just please know that the city owes it to their citizens to, make sure that we shake every tree. And so, we hope that won't deter you from being interested in this job, but we're just being transparent with what we're doing. I think that's okay. I just want to message that, because I think the message from a city manager standpoint, I would look at that. There's like code words in my business, just like there are in real estate. If it says, looks, I'm bigger inside than I look, that just means it's a really small
Cozy.
house. Right. Cozy. And so, when you re-advertise the position immediately, experienced city managers go, they didn't like any of the candidates. We're out.
Okay, Ms. May, and then Mr. McVoy, and then Ms. Malega.
Thank you. I had the same questions that Chris had, and I had emailed Warren earlier, just kind of asking, what is it exactly that you want from us this evening? And your answer was, just let me know that these are the semifinalists, and if we're going to go ahead and do the interviews. So your list, if you were going to start without having anyone add or take away, would be these 28 candidates.
Yes, ma'am.
And then anybody that I forget, are these all tier 1, or were there some tier 2?
No, there's some tier 2 and one tier 3.
Okay. And they were initially ranked just by these
Criteria. Yes.
criteria. So basically their experience, straight up.
Experience, education, and certification.
Right. Okay. And then
And also the length of their experience was a bigger factor. So if they
Right,
had
because we had said
10
if
plus
they had
years, they got more
experience,
points. So
city managers.
Yeah. But the other thing I'll just kind of tell you, and I've told the candidates this, it's really important because in Florida, everything's public. So it's just different than other states. So I had candidates, say, I don't feel like I'm a tier 2 candidate, I'm offended, and I'm going, you're a semifinalist. And so what happens is, once you get to the semifinal, like you all say, okay, these 28 are semifinalists.
That's what happens when we get to that.
You're breaking everything you have. And so everything is thrown out at that point. All 28 are equal. There's no ranking anymore. There's no tiers. This is just our way of getting to making order out of chaos and getting to a starting point. So when all 28 comes in, there could be the person that's like 30th right now that y'all add to the list. That may be your city manager. And there's nothing wrong with them. There's no going back to this list and saying, I don't know what, you were only ranked 16. Sorry. It's just, they're all equal once you go into the semifinals, and we'll go from there.
Okay. And then my other question is how, and this is for legal, I guess, how sunshine does it have to be to add or take away? Meaning if one of the commissioners emails and said, can you add on Joe Schmo?
That's a public record.
Right, but does that need to be decided by the 5 of us, or can one commissioner by themselves add Joe Schmo on?
I think we're
That's
saying
really-
anybody.
Pardon me.
Yeah, I think we're saying any one of us can add or detract.
Right. If that's what you'd like to do, that's fine. And that would be, you would then report Commissioner McRoy added Mike, Commissioner, Cedric added Susie. That's all. So that's out there, but you don't have to bring it back for all five of you to agree unless you want to do that.
Okay, that was my question, because I didn't know, and we were talking about emails, which of course are public, but I mean, I didn't know if it needed to be a consensus to add or take away. I'm uncomfortable having one or two people just say, I want to take them out.
Yeah, I think adding is fine. Taking away would require the whole group. So,
I mean, at this point, why
yeah.
not just interview those people? If you want to add other people to them, great, do it.
I think that we're saying.
That's what I.
He's gonna start doing.
Yeah,
Well, I understand that, but I mean, I'm uncomfortable with.
I don't think there's any value in taking it away from my list because
Right.
it's just my time of videotaping them. You can still ignore it later and decide you don't want them.
Right.
So I would agree with you
And
because
if a single one of us wants to add.
just tell me within a
Somebody
certain
can do
time.
that.
I would say if y'all could let me know by Friday, any adds to the list, we'll take care of it. And again, I just want to reiterate, there is no extra cost for us to do the work. It's a flat fee. We're going to do
Right.
whatever it takes to get the job done.
Right.
And so if there ends up being, I mean, I wouldn't be excited about all 60, having to do 66 of them, but we'll do it. And
Right.
so I think, if y'all want to add someone that you're, would like to just know some more about, okay,
Okay, great.
we'll do it.
Thank you, Ms. Malega.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my problem is that I will not be back in town until Sunday, so I will not be able to get you that list until Monday or Tuesday, Warren.
That's fine. We'll
Thank
still,
you.
we'll still do the video interview whenever you get them to us.
And don't forget, Sarah, the thingies are online too.
Yeah, it's all online.
Yeah, it's all. Oh, yeah, they're not.
I know.
I apologize.
Mr. McBoy.
Just a couple of things. I would encourage us to allow the process of us each emailing Warren. He has the problem
That's what we're doing.
of putting that together, but let's say and I would encourage both that, hey, these are ones that we think should drop off the list. These are ones that we think are the better ones. And if Warren gets 5 emails that says this one, yeah, no, and we all agree, then you can move forward with that. If I don't know what you do if either 4, some of it is up to Warren's judgment. But I think it's helpful for us to give some indication either way.
I would
So
say
that-
add, but not subtract.
I think adding is the only way to do it because I don't think it's
Because they'll be eliminated.
again. But what may happen, just not to be argumentative, but if let's say this person taken off and 2 say, no, I'd like to keep them. We do the video interview and all 5 of you after watching the video go, thank God we interviewed them. I was wrong.
Okay.
And so I think
I'll
y'all
leave-
need to keep an open mind because, you see something, I could tell you that in previous recruitments, we had and it's public record in Sarasota. I mean, the person that got the job was teetering from not being interviewed in the final interview.
Huh.
Yeah.
Thank God they kept her in because she was the best.
Yeah.
But so you just don't know until you know.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll just send you our.
Yeah, just send me the
in-person.
ads and certainly y'all can keep a list of folks you don't want, but it'd be good for the next round to
Yeah.
know that.
The other comment I wanted to make was that something that Commissioner Segrich mentioned was something I had thought of also, and it resonated with me, is try to look for cities that have some character type similarity. Doesn't mean that they're, 2 miles from the beach necessarily, but I think we did try in the first round of the advertising to get some of the flavor that we have historic issues. We have strongly held and a lot of community engagement. We have differing views about how much historic preservation, how much new business, but there's some character here that is a bit different than some other places. Size of the community is helpful, but not an absolute criteria. And I think I'm in favor. I don't, I'm not a professional in this headhunting field by any means, but I think what Commissioner Segrich is encouraging is that if you can identify X number of cities that seem like pretty good fits, I'm down with the idea of call them up and say, hey.
Yeah, and we have
you
been,
game?
we've been doing that and we'll continue to do that. It's a good practice in general. And there's good filters that we can use online that we've already been using for that purpose. And, it's a high volume, low success process, but you can catch a few and that's all we need.
Yeah.
Is to catch a few. So I agree with the
Okay.
strategy.
So direction is for you to, can you start the interviews with the with the 28 people
Yes.
and continue to reach out. We will get back to you if there's anybody you want to add to the list. And
I think in addition to, we will send out the draft questions this week.
Yes.
Before we start the interviews, and y'all, you can either wait for the draft or just send us questions that you'd like to have asked. And just knowing that, if you send me 20 questions each,
may not, yeah.
you're going to have a 6-hour interview and it's just not going to be useful. So,
I'll
just
call
pick
in
one or
just-
two that you think is so important that need to be asked and we'll make sure they get asked.
Yeah, we're talking about making it more, we did talk about Florida being a unique place, and I don't know if we're giving preference to somebody from Florida, but it perhaps would make their life and our life a little bit
Yes.
easier if they came in with some understanding of the
Yeah,
interesting.
they have a distinct advantage starting out because when they get in the interview, they're going to be able to talk to y'all in a way that you're going to understand a lot better than that. So I think it is an advantage.
Mr. Segrich?
I just wanted to, are we also giving him direction to continue advertising?
Yes,
Because
that's part of it.
that has.
And y'all are okay
I
with
just wanted
us.
to make.
We're
sure.
going to go ahead and post the ads and for
I'm a
reimbursement.
little
Yeah.
concerned about that, but I think we'll try it.
As long as you.
Yeah, we'll
make
do
it kosher
ICMA.
like The other people.
We'll do ICMA and
You did
I'll
that already.
I'll
You're just gonna
rerun.
redo it?
Yeah, we're going to redo ICMA and redo Florida. And if I could think of something else I think would be useful in some way, I'll do it.
I see Miss Malaga has a hand up.
Thank you. I don't know if you utilize the National League of Cities and their job posting or the Florida League of Cities, but those are also two.
You did
good
Florida
entities
We
that-
did Florida League. I'll take another look at NLC. I haven't found it to be efficient in the past.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
my other question is, and I had asked this prior to us giving you the contract. What if we go through this entire process and we all go, those are great candidates, however, we want to go with somebody who's internal?
Yeah.
What is the process for that again? Can you remind us?
There really is no process. Y'all hire whoever you like through that, unless I'm misunderstanding your question.
No, thank you.
Great, thank you.
If
Okay.
it's internal, don't they need to go through the
Well,
same,
they need to apply. Yeah.
they need to apply?
Right. Right.
Yeah, I'm less rule based, so it's just a matter, it's your decision.
Not that,
How you want them to
that's
do
what
it.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, not necessarily. If we go through all the applicants and we still think that there's somebody from within the city that we wanted to offer the position to, we could still do so.
Of course,
Even if they didn't apply
Thank
for the
you.
position?
be hard to get a
You
contract,
never-
but if they didn't
You
apply.
never know.
No, yeah. It's totally up to y'all. It does not involve me at all.
Mr. Segrich?
I would say from my standpoint, I think I've made my position on that very clear. I would encourage anyone internal that wants to apply, please apply.
Apply.
If
But
you
have to
don't,
apply.
if you don't apply, I will not be voting for an internal person.
Right.
Have to go through the process. That's where I stand on it.
Okay. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, I've got my direction. I appreciate it and look forward to being back. So let me just kind of tell you next step.
Sure.
So just expectations so that nobody's surprised by anything. We will go ahead and send y'all probably tomorrow the draft list of questions since we know what they are already. I'll get that to y'all tomorrow. I would say if possible, I'm asking, not dictating, but if we can get any additional questions that y'all want by Friday, so that we can start the interviews next week. And get, we'll use this week to get them scheduled and then start them on Monday. And so I need them by Friday to be able to have them. And we'll let you know if we have too many, but I think we're gonna be okay.
You're the professor, you can weed through.
Yeah, I'll weed through, and if they're similar, I'm
Yeah, you
not
can
gonna.
also mix some of our questions together. They may be similar.
Absolutely. I will do it.
I think
And,
we also should say thank you to everyone that applied, and we're very excited
Oh.
in this process because we definitely appreciate the volume of candidates and the diversity of candidates.
Yeah,
putting yourself out.
And
there
then,
as
so
well.
we'll have that to you. So if generally speaking, it should take us 2 weeks to do the interviews just because of scheduling of certain candidates that are on vacation or whatnot. So if we think about, so next week and the week after, and then it'll take us about a week or so to compile the report and get that back to you. So I'm thinking, I don't know what your July meeting schedule is offhand, but whatever we can get to probably the first meeting in July. So no problem. So yeah, so we'll get with the interim city manager who's been wonderful to work with and get him the sort of get on the calendar so that we know when your deadline is so that we hit it and get that out there. And really looking forward to it. I think you got some exciting candidates to talk to. Hopefully we'll get some more that will come in, and whoever, is lucky enough to get this job, I think it'll be a cool job for them.
Cool job. It's cool town. Thank you so much for coming down.
Yep. Absolutely. Look forward to seeing y'all.
Thank you for that helpful suggestion.
Everything.
Okay. Commission liaison, we might get it before 10 o'clock tonight. Commission liaison reports and comments. Ms. Malik, let's start with you.
Currently, I don't have anything to report. Thank you. I just want to thank you all for your support today and the proclamations that were read. It's imperative that we still continue to recognize a lot of the members of our community who may stay in the shadows, and I think that these proclamations allow us to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Two.
Mr. Two. I guess I'm Mr. Two.
You're Mr. Two today.
I got a new nickname.
That's right. That's better than some of the others.
Yeah, it's better than some of the others, so I'll go with it.
You'll take it.
I guess I'm going to restrict my comments to raise some issues with the July 4th celebration. That we had a presentation on it recently. One of the things that was kind of unusual of the presentation is that we're going to have people jumping out of planes and skydiving. And apparently there's an opportunity to add somebody from the community to that list of people. And my question is, would it not be appropriate to offer that to perhaps a veteran in the community or an outstanding student from the high school or to one of our hometown heroes, maybe offer it a little more broadly to
When Stuart
open
said
that
it,
up?
he didn't say a member of the community. He said a member of the commission,
Well,
which is why I volunteered.
I understand, and I appreciate you volunteering because I certainly wasn't going to, but and I wouldn't get clearance from the other half to do it either. But or maybe I would, right? I mean, I might,
You never know.
but number 2 might drop down to number 4. But I just think it might be appropriate for us to. I don't know whether there are any legal restrictions. I don't know anything about that, but that's just a thought, particularly a veteran, honor somebody in the community with that opportunity. Then unrelated to that, I would like to ask, and I've had members of the community ask me, are we including anything in this proposed 250-year celebration to kind of recognize the founding principles of our country? There were some pretty big things that we were founded on, and we're honoring the anniversary of that. Freedom of religion, freedom of press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom from unlawful search, the sentiments that came with the Statute of Liberty, or at least the poem that came a little bit later, opening the door to immigration, to the Hamlet, the tempest tossed to me, I left my lamp bubble up. And I note that the person that wrote that poem, that's become very central to the Statute of Liberty, was Ms. Lazarus, was an activist and advocate for Jewish refugees fleeing persecution in Imperial Russia. So I guess, given that it's not just an ordinary July 4th celebration, but specifically 250, I'd like to see some sort of component to the celebration that was a reiteration of our commitment as a city, similar to what we did today earlier with the presentation from Rand Hawk of saying, look, despite what the climate might be in other parts of the country, this is something that we as a city feel strongly about. We clearly feel strongly and over multiple commissions to support the LGBT extended community. And I'm fully on board with that. But we might also in our 4th of July want to reiterate our commitment to some of these founding principles that set our country apart, particularly at the time that it was started, that are also under threat at other levels, and set ourselves, out there as we stand by these things. So that's my comment. I recognize that I'm number 2 and just one of 5.
Just one or two, Mr. 3, Ms. 3, Ms. 3.
Ms. 3.
Mystery, Ms. 3.
So the only other thing I was going to talk about for the 4th of July is that I was thinking about if we possibly have cuts coming from the state, depending on what happens in November, we're really going to have to rely on our community groups for a lot of our leisure activities. And that kind of brings me to NAPC is one of those groups that does do a lot of events, citywide events for everybody. And that the 4th of July event is one of those. The parade is going to start at 10 o'clock on the 4th of July. And it's going to be a riding parade, not a walking parade. So you have to be in a vehicle of some sort, including a bicycle, because it's a rolling parade.
Right.
So, and that's, I believe, how we are able to do that morning. And we do appreciate PBSO for working with the NAPC to allow that to happen. So the parade, it will happen. And then the raft races and everything will begin at noon, the actual races, but there'll be skits and other things going on as well at the what's it called, boat ramp, and also for the 8 days leading up, each night there's a different event, and the theme this year is the paddling through the decades, and each event is celebrating a different decade. And each event is hosted by a different neighborhood. So the whole night, every night is hosted by the NAPC, but there are certain parts of the evening which will be hosted by different neighborhoods, whether it be different games or different ideas for that specific night. So the schedule is posted on Facebook. I can, if anybody wants it, they can email me. I can give it to them. And we will go over it as we get closer. But one of the other reasons that the NAPC chooses to do this is because we are out of season. So we work with the restaurants so that we give them 100 to 150 people, a night. We just go from restaurant to restaurant so that we can show our support for our local businesses out of season. So that's another reason that we choose to do that. And what else? I think that's it. NAPC wise, we have our meeting on Saturday morning at 9 at the Lucerne. So if there's anything else that I learn, I will bring it back to us at our next meeting. That's
I
it.
think you should give a prize to anybody that does every night of this.
Oh, that's a lot of prizes.
Every night,
Every night. There are many
I took a night off.
many folks that's why we take the 3rd off. And God said we rest.
No matter what day it is.
Yes.
Yeah,
But-
it's amazing what they do. I mean,
Yeah,
I know
and to the point of, it's all volunteers.
Yeah.
And
I know that
so,
Lori Rice does a lot of that downtown stuff, and we thank her for that. And the whole NAPC has developed over when we started maybe 20 years ago.
Well, there's a specific committee for the July 4th. They've been meeting since January and putting it all together. And so it should be a good time. And the nice part is that you get to meet people from all the other neighborhoods. And that's the idea, to bring people in. And this year there's two types of rafts. So you can have a sit-in boat or a sit-on raft, and they will not be competing against each other because generally the sit-in boats are faster than the sit-on rafts. And then there will be, again, it was so successful last year that we're going to have an inflatable category where an individual can get on a inflatable anything and be in a race. So they don't have to necessarily even be representing a neighborhood. They can just be part of. So lots of fun stuff on that day.
Well, I was just going to say, what the NAPC has developed over the years is this solid neighborhood inclusion. I mean, it's amazing that all the things that they do. And please convey on Saturday morning our thanks. Thank you, Mr. Segridge or Mr. Number 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Wanted to thank staff for the work in Bryant Park. For those that don't know, the playground construction is underway. So very excited to see that come along, and so are the neighborhoods around there. That park gets visited by a lot of children every single day, every day. So really happy to see that coming to fruition. On Wednesday, July 15th, I will be doing an open town hall, open to all residents and businesses in Lake Worth Beach, 6 to 9 at the Beach Casino Complex. This is prior to the special meeting on code. So want to hear from everybody, their thoughts on our workshop and so on.
What day?
July 15th, Wednesday, 6 to 9. We'll be taking notes and writing them down on big giant Post-its and putting them around the room and be able to share that with the rest of the commission, or you guys can attend and so on. Refreshments will be served, but in addition to code enforcement, we can talk about topics like permitting. We can talk about anything that somebody wants to bring forward, but also talking about the property tax legislation, because it did pass. And that's gonna, if it passes the referendum vote, it will have a large impact on our city, on all cities in Florida. So I'm sure people will have questions and comments and so on. And I think it's just good to have residents talk to each other in that environment. It will be mostly a listening Q&A style format. The last thing I did want to bring up, in the last couple of months, we've definitely had some issues with local businesses and signage. And we've lost some pretty cool and unique signs. We've had some businesses who've been here a long time, forced to take down some of their signs. And we had a gentleman come tonight. And that sign's been there for a long time.
And if he'd gotten a permit, he would have learned that he shouldn't change it because that changes it.
Well, in actuality, even if you don't change it, those signs had an expiration date on when they were supposed to be ripped out. It's not just that you changed it as the trigger, as far as I understand. Great question. I can go back in my notes from William and find that out. But what I wanted to see is, and I asked this question of William, and in all fairness, I asked it right before this meeting, so I didn't expect an answer. But I'm not so sure there's much of a great reason as to why we decided that pole signs were bad. I do know from seeing a lot of the photos that were provided to me and driving around town, we have an awful lot of them. I believe our city has put up an awful lot of new ones. There's down by the beach. There's one laying in the ground. Got ran over by the sidewalk people, but the historic designation markers might be considered pole signs. I haven't gone through and done an exhaustive inventory, but I would like, as we are going through this workshop with code and setting policy, I'd like to see if my colleagues have an appetite. We've paused some of the other stuff. I really think, in all fairness to these businesses that have been here so long and had those signs for so long, unless there's some life, health, safety reason or something other than maybe someone aesthetically didn't like them at one point, I think they're part of our character. Some of these cool, quirky signs. I love his pink flamingo sign. You know, it's wild. The farmer girl sign was great, right? So I just want to see if there's an appetite to pause that until we finish our workshop, because I think that might be something that we may choose to repeal or not repeal, you know, but I think there's multiple people. It's not just the individual who showed up. There's multiple people facing $100 a day fine. They're going to take those signs down. You know, they're not going to sit here and wait, you know, 30, 60, 90, 120 days and get charged another couple $1,000s. So just wondering if you guys had an appetite to pause that.
I certainly would agree that I never understood what the problem, you know, why do we have a rule that doesn't like pole signs? And I certainly agree with the sentiment that businesses that have had them a long time, it's part of our quirky character, and I don't see a lot of benefit to going after them. And it certainly doesn't seem very business friendly. So yes, I would say I'm all in favor of pausing that, us putting some thought into finding out why people had a problem with them in the past, and maybe revisiting, maybe we don't have a problem with them, and try to make people whole as best we can. Or at least not make them worse off.
I think there's a few, I mean, we are going to be doing, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I mean, there's a few things I'd like to have more, you know, when we first got elected, we did a lot of zoning in progress, moratoriums, things like that. And we might want to look at some of the things that we want to take, a lot of things in the city that, you know, just like, wait, what? You know, things have changed, life has changed. I don't, I mean, I know that in the was it the early 2000s, the pole signs, it was a big movement. And when you go now, when you drive around, like, you know, even on like Target, on North Lake Boulevard, it's like Target, you know, they're all monument signs, they call them. And half the time you can't see them because the landscaping is around them. So it makes it a little hard. So I don't have a problem with taking a look at that. But if there's anything else that we should also take a look at. Go through the code. I mean, I want to be very involved with the code changes, but just what have we heard that have been ongoing problems that we could maybe just hold off until we make a decision about what to change?
Yeah, and I think the July 15th, you know, open town hall could bring a lot of that forward from people. I've tried to bring forward the things that
make it sunshine.
It's an interesting.
I would prefer that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we can't talk.
If we
I don't want you to talk.
Well, I know that, but that's why I want you to advertise it as.
Well, no, I mean, and I just find that the conversation can be more fluid.
But at least we could open our mouths.
Yeah, if you advertise it and
This means
somebody
it'd be a
takes
city
notes,
commission
then
meeting.
it's a sunshine and we can.
Right.
I think that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise we go there.
We're going to have a sunshine meeting the next week.
Yeah, but we won't have the opportunity to sit and listen and not say anything. What's the problem with making it a sunshine?
I wanted to have a town hall with my constituents and be able to converse back and
Well,
forth.
that would solve that problem.
Well, no, I still can. I don't understand why the problem is me having an individual town hall. We're
No,
going to have a sunshine meeting on the exact topic that you guys want to talk about the next week.
I think I mean, I hear you, and you want to organize a town hall.
I mean,
That's not
if you guys are willing to have it be my format and
Yeah,
I'll run it the way that I see fit, then that's fine.
Make it sunshine.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Could be advertised. So you're doing it at the casino?
At the casino.
And does the city, how does that work with payment, or how does that work? With staff and everything?
The refreshments and stuff come out of my discretionary funds.
But is there staff time involved with it as well?
Shona and somebody shows and sets it up. So I don't know.
Because we charge to use it. I mean, are we exempt from, if I want to use it, don't I have to pay for it?
Yeah,
I mean,
there is some gray area there, and I don't know what the answer is, but people with higher
But
pay
if we
grades.
make it a sunshine meeting, then it doesn't matter. We're using it. We're all using it.
That would solve that problem.
Yeah.
But, because I know if I want to use the library building, room for
Because they
something,
were-
I want to pay $75, whatever it is. It's,
Yeah, but I think it's different if you're using it in terms of I'm a commissioner using it, or I'm gonna host a meeting of my book club.
oh, I don't disagree, but I don't think we've delineated that.
Right, but I think that the issue we had before with a commissioner was having an event that was not in the line of being in his role as a commissioner using the library for free.
I don't,
When I did my town hall at the casino, I didn't pay for it.
okay, but I think the sunshine is a good idea, so we're gonna do something.
Yeah, we'll do the sunshine, but just really quick, just so we have clarity, do we have consensus to put a pause on the pole signs?
Yeah.
Put a pause on the pole signs?
I have no problem with it.
Okay.
But I think we have to do it formally as a zoning in progress.
Well,
We've done it as direction before.
You'd be directing staff, the code to not enforce pole sign violations or only existing pole signs. Whereas you're not going to be granting
New
new
ones.
pole signs.
But we should also look and see how many we have that are accruing fines right now.
I mean,
That
is
would
what-
be,
is that what you're
I would
asking?
like to know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like
And
to
it's
pause the
not been
approval
done.
of fine.
How many are in progress of being enforced now?
Right.
Right.
Put a pause on enforcement for existing pole signs.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah.
and no new ones.
And I, just to be clear, I think what we're saying as part of the pause is don't keep racking up fines. on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, okay, I don't have much,
Thank you.
it's a couple of productive meetings, we have so much to think about. So much homework, and I'm not gonna add, I'm just gonna go to the city manager.
Good evening. I want to thank you, the commission, for the work the other last week on the budget or the finance meeting. I think staff enjoyed it and got some good feedback. We're in the process of putting together a worksheet of all those questions that the commission had during the meeting, and we'll provide it to the commission next week, hopefully before the next budget meeting, so you'll be able to answer some questions. Several other issues: property tax communication plan. PIO is working on a property tax communication plan that we can educate the public on what's going on with the new legislation. And we're also drafting some documents that we'll bring for the commission to get your approval of how we want to move forward. There's a pier cleanup tomorrow, Wednesday, June 3rd, the Loggerhead Marine Life Center. Divers will be cleaning underneath the pier tomorrow from 7:30 to 11:30. So the pier will be closed.
In the morning.
Yes. And spectators are welcome. So you can come out and take a look.
Cool.
And
Wish them well.
Greg, I'll let them know. And the other issue, we are finalizing our draft back to the county reference to pool. So we're putting it together. We
Back
have
to the school
information
board?
set, right? Just,
Yeah, are we making progress? Is that,
well, we got to send our information back to the school district, and they'll take it and put it on a map, and then we'll be able to bring it to the commission, so you can take a look at it and know exactly what we sent them back. And then from that, they'll build out that
the
template.
more updates we can have on that, the better, because that is such a, the pool is such a
Correct.
critical.
And just a reminder, the meetings next week, June 8th, the special meeting, reference the parking structure, the budget workshop next week at 9:30 a.m. June 11th.
That's early. I can do what? Meeting.
Budget on the
Big
budget.
budget.
On the 11th.
Okay.
And that's at 9:30 a.m. And we have a lot to cover that day, so hopefully we can
We
get
do
through it. And we have to,
I put your lunch.
we lunch and coffee for you as well.
That's, what day is that?
The 11th.
June 11th.
Of June. Yep.
I'm not sure what that is.
It's Thursday, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah. And that's it.
Oh, that
all I have.
budget workshop stops at 9:30. Start disappointment.
So June 8th, that's, I think June 8th is Monday, and then that Thursday is the budget meeting at 9:30.
Thank you. I have to change a doctor's appointment. Mr. Attorney, what you got for us?
A request for direction. Our office as well as staff, we always try to be responsive to individual commissioner requests. And the question has come up, at what point do we need full commission direction? So if we're working on a commissioner request from 5 different commissioners, and I'm talking we collectively, staff in our office as well, and it takes 15 minutes or half an hour, and at what point do you all want whether it's staff or us to come to you and say, this is more than X amount of minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes in time, and we need commission direction to research whatever the issue is. Because again, there's 5 of you. If each one of you gives an issue every week, that's a 30-minute issue. You've now taken 2.5 hours of staff time or our time. If that's what you want, that's fine. But we're noticing that, 5 different people, 5 different requests, and if they come on a regular basis, it's chewing up a lot of staff time and our time.
We've been through this before. Yeah. And I think, what did we, I think it was more than how much of attorney time, because it is, I mean, yeah, it's all interesting to ask the attorney or ask staff, but I think that.
I'm actually more concerned about staff. Because, staff is stretched, we're stretched thin, but they are really stretched thin. And
Absolutely.
they're being asked lots of questions, we're being asked lots of questions, and some of them priority projects may not be getting done because you're getting off on another project. So that's the question of what is that? I thought it was 20 minutes or 30 minutes, but it's been a long time since we had that conversation.
Let me ask you a question. If the questions are coming, so you and staff are getting questions from different members of the commission, correct?
Yes.
Is it a violation of sunshine for those requests to be shared with us?
No, generally what we've done is if there's an answer, it's shared with all commissioners. That's
What about the question?
Right. Well, the question would come out when you're saying before the work is done.
Yeah.
So you ask a question, what time does the sun come up tomorrow?
Right.
Before we spend any time on it all,
You share it.
that's shared to everybody. But then the question is, do we start working on it or do we wait until there's direction?
Right. Well, I mean, certainly you can make some determination if it's, does the sunshine come up at 7 o'clock in the morning? That's a pretty easy answer, right? I just think it's interesting for us to know what other commissioners, if it's not a violation of sunshine, I think it's good for us to know what's in everybody's mind. We wouldn't respond to, oh, I have an answer for that, but at least we would know, we're so governed by sunshine. This would give us an idea of what is being requested.
We're not suggesting minutia either, because again, that's up to you all. If you want every single item to be reported, that can be done. We were thinking more in terms of when it was going to take a certain amount of time, get your direction before we expended that time. Again, the collective week, extending that time.
What's the harm though in sharing the question?
If that's your direction, that's what we can do.
What do y'all think?
I have my letter.
Oh, Ms. May, respond.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it's 9:57. May I have
need a motion.
motion to extend?
Motion to extend.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. I was thinking about this, conversation myself today, and I was thinking of a couple things on it because the attorneys and staff don't work for us individually. They work for us as a commission. And so I think we do need to be mindful of time because we can't sit up here and say, why does it take 8 months to get a turf ordinance and then ask them to go and do X and Y and Z, and then we're not getting what we've all asked for. So I am really, this kind of hits a nerve for me on this one because I do believe that we should be giving direction as a commission for staff to be doing things. I know that we talked about it with staff, and I know that it's going with the attorney as well. And I also know that I love the fact that you said that all the answers come to all of us, but they don't. And so that has to be very clearly stated that the answers to questions should come to all of us. I think that it is policy, but I don't think it happens at all
And maybe one
times.
suggestion, if I could follow up on that. This commission, more than any other commission I've ever represented, deals directly with line staff a lot.
It should go right to the city manager.
People will communicate with William or Yolanda or Tiana and not going through the manager.
Well,
So
with all due respect, we haven't had a manager
I
that's
understand.
I understand that, but it's not the same.
Obviously, there's been not a full-time manager, but to your point of maybe, and I'm just going to throw names out, maybe William doesn't respond to everybody, maybe Yolanda does. I mean, I'm not sure that when you get to department head level, if they all realize they should respond to everybody.
Well,
So-
that's what I'm saying, and I think that that's a policy that needs to come. But what if we ask the questions through the city manager and the city manager asks the attorney or the staff?
That would make a lot of sense.
I think
And
that's
then
the way it's supposed to
Not
be.
to put more work on Mr. Perry, but at least.
Would you be okay with that, Mr. Perry?
Oh, that's fine. I
I
mean,
think that's the way it's supposed to
I
happen.
think it is the way it's, well, I mean, we know it's the way it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But
fine.
I mean, I think that it needs to be more streamlined and more focused and more to the I don't know, the benefit of the entire city by being a benefit to all five of us asking, as opposed to me saying, oh, Mr. Attorney, could you go find out about blah, 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 because I might want to do this in 6 months. That's not really fair. You don't work for me.
so going forward, anytime that there's a request from staff and we
You
provide a
mean the
response.
commission?
Yeah, from the
Oh.
commission or commissioner, you're saying you want to be copied on each
Yeah.
email. Okay.
On the response, but the other thing is, but if I say that I want the attorney to look into ordinances in other cities regarding designer drugs, that should go through you. I should ask
Correct.
you, could you see if there's consensus to get the attorney to do that?
So you want
The consensus has to come at a public meeting.
Well, oh, okay, then we need to ask for it just like we ask for consensus on everything else.
agenda review. Yeah,
I mean, it's not like we don't meet every day.
correct.
I know, I'm just throwing it out there. I
Understood.
want it to be efficient, but I also want it to be focused.
And what I don't want to have happen is have commissioners not get answers
Right.
to easy questions that, staff, we can provide an easy.
So maybe a 15-minute limit.
But I
Right,
still
something.
would like the question.
I'm hearing Mayor loud and clear that she wants to see, if all of you agree with this, that if, I'll pick on you, Commissioner McGoy, if Commissioner McGoy asks a question, you all want to see that question.
And the answer,
That-
yeah.
And the answer, when the answer comes,
Yeah.
but then it'll be Mr. Perry's call. If it's going to take more than 15 minutes combined time, that has to come to the full commission as do you want staff team to spend more than 15 minutes researching whatever the issue is?
I think we need to. I think there's,
I think so too.
Mr. Sick.
I would disagree. Wholeheartedly. It's hard enough to get stuff on the agendas. I've asked for consensus on things and people roll their eyes and say, oh, doing too much and everything else. I'm not going to go through that trying to get basic questions answered. If it becomes anything over 15 minutes, that becomes a tool for staff not to answer the question. And there are way too many things going on in this city that require answers. I mean, good majority of my questions come directly from residents in terms of, I've got this situation going on. It doesn't seem right. Here we go. And there's a lot of back and forth and trying to investigate. Is the resident lying to me? I don't have the tools to do it. I mean, if you'd give me access to the databases and the back end systems, I wouldn't ask half the questions, right? But even with going through and searching through all the code, click to gov to read the notes and stuff like that, a lot of stuff's missing, pictures, this, that. So questions have to go back and forth to staff. I would hate to see a 15-minute time limit on it, because I guarantee you almost every question I ask that's uncomfortable, well, it's going to take 15 minutes. And I don't think that you guys would want to sit here through the list of questions on that. It's going to, well, I'm against doing that. I don't mind the answers being shared. I think most of the larger things do get shared. If you guys want to hear about Mr. Smith's fence permit problems, that's fine. I'm perfectly okay with that. I do try to send everything through Troy, even when I have questions for the attorney. I always make sure for Troy is CC'd, and he's been doing a great job of getting the question and answer and distributing it back and forth, and it's been going a heck of a lot smoother. But we have to get consensus to get something on the agenda. We have to get a consensus to almost do anything. Asking staff questions is part of our job. No, I don't care about sharing the questions, let's share the question and answers, but you're also saying, if my question takes more than 15 minutes, I have to get consensus to get that answered. And I'll tell you what's going to end up happening. I'll just turn around and do a public records request on every single question if it's going to get denied, because it's public record. We have every right to ask it. You have no right to say answering that if it's something that has to do with records that we can't have it, because a resident can do that. Yeah. So it's a, I don't understand where it's coming from. I know I've been asking a lot of uncomfortable questions of staff as of late. Maybe that's where, but maybe we put a limit on it, like 2 hours or 3 hours. But it's a dangerous slope, I think. I think we all have to use our own judgment, on what we ask and what we don't. And I think the city manager can push back on us and say, you know what, that seems like, and Troy has done this with me. I have a question. And he's like, you know what, Anthony, I think that needs to be something you need to ask the whole commission for direction before we go and look at that. And I think that's part of our city manager's job. And I trust Troy to make that decision. I don't want to set some arbitrary limit, because it's going to happen. Staff's going to come back and say, that's taken me more than 15 minutes.
Okay, done. No, we don't have to.
Now we don't have to answer.
That's
So-
very mistrustful.
Well, there's good reason for that, Mayor.
Well, I've never experienced being stonewalled by staff.
Well, then you've not had,
Really been
we don't,
stonewalled
we,
by staff?
I have been stonewalled by staff. If you want to go through specific examples in public, I don't think we do. We can certainly do that, and I'm prepared to do that tonight.
The answer to your, my desire, I guess is the question, is just when the question is, because a lot of times we're all getting this like a citizen problem. I have found a couple times that we're both working on the same problem, that, so if I know that if Mrs. Smith's problem is being dealt with by you and I see that questions come up, then I can leave it alone. So I don't see any problem with just sharing the questions with us. That's what I was.
I agree.
Kind of like the public records request being shared, so we know
Yeah,
what was asked.
Share the answers, the question and answers. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
So
I think on some of the small stuff that creates a lot of extra work for the city manager's office.
No, they just.
But Troy, do you find it to be an issue being able to determine whether or not it should be something that we all have to ask or not?
That's what I was gonna say.
We can trust your judgment on
We
that.
can continue the way it is. If you
Okay.
if you have a concern, send it to the manager's office. We'll get the information out. If it's something that's like the commissioner said, if it's something that I think that it's gonna take a whole bunch of time of research, then I'll just
Okay.
tell the commissioner, we can bring it to you.
But we'll
Okay.
be CC'd on the question.
But from now on, we'll make sure we
If
send
you
all
get a
the
question
questions
from
and answers
anybody,
to it.
you'll CC all of us.
We'll do that. That's fine. And we can, just try that out and see how that works, but I think that should.
Because I think
help
it's
resolve the
educational
problem.
to see
That's no
what
problem.
in the thing. So we're in agreement just to share just right now, we're just.
I haven't had a
sharing the
chance
que-
to
I know,
speak yet.
I understand that. I see your light is on. But we're not going to the other extreme, right? Mr. McBoy.
Unfortunately, I don't have it right in front of me, but I am familiar with it. In our charter, there is some language that says, and I don't remember if it says it is our duty, but it is definitely our right to ask whatever questions we need to ask of various levels of staff in order to do our jobs. It's in our charter. And I have a very big concern with the idea that there's a chilling effect that is very much built into, well, you have to share your questions with everybody. And I'm absolutely opposed to the idea that every time we ask a question, it's then got to go to all of the commissioners. It has to wait till a public meeting. We all have to agree that, yes, that's a legitimate question to ask.
That we just resolved that with Mr. Duncan.
Well,
We're just
I'm
sharing the questions.
okay. I'm not even very comfortable with the sharing the questions. I'm also unclear if let's say I get an email from a constituent that says they have XYZ problem. And typically I've been getting tons of them related to code. I can't resolve those. Like Commissioner Segrich says, I don't know whether the resident is being fully forthcoming with all the pieces. I'm not in a position to judge that. I'll put some time into it, try to give some assessment. Then I'm going to pass it on to the city manager. Is that a question? Is that now got to go to all of us
Well, I think.
before any movement can happen on it?
No, we're just saying share. the question.
Well, there wasn't a question. I'm just saying
Well,
city
there's a
manager.
question. I'm a resident and I have a problem. How do I solve the problem? That's the question.
I don't know. I think it's a slippery slope. I also think if,
And that's what it sounds like. It's all
Well-
public record anyway.
yes, it's
So we
public
can do a
record.
public record
My
spot.
concern is to do our jobs, and particularly since the whole point of having a multi-membered elective body is that you hope that there are differing views on it. If we all have exactly the same view on all issues, there's no point having 5 of us. The whole point is having different. And if you put a filter on it that says, whether it's a chilling filter or a actual stop filter, that diminishes that ability to have a range of opinions. And if we have a question, hey, this is a city attorney question. Can you give me some information on this? Or this is a staff question. We should be free to ask those questions. In order to make informed decisions, it is perfectly normal that we would have questions. Some of them are 15-minute questions. Some of them, I don't know how long they are. But I need those answers before we go to vote on something. And I don't want anything that slows that down or that I got a second guess. Well, what are my colleagues going to think if I ask this question?
But we're
Or
all-
if anyone else.
We're all servants of the city. Everything's, public record. I mean.
So do a
all I'm
public
saying-
records request
Oh,
on
come
what
on.
all my requests are. Do it that way.
Why make that, why I have to add that?
Why add the chilling effect?
Effect. Hi, this is my question. What is everybody?
Okay,
mean,
I
my
will
question-
CC everybody, and that will be a sunshine violation because we might vote on these things. So
Question.
now we got a
The
chilling
request
effect.
Is sharing a question without responding.
that the questions are going to go to Mr. Perry. He's going to be the point of contact. So there's a control feature so that it's not different staff, different attorneys, everybody's getting different things. He's going to take a lot of responsibility on that. He then uses the discretion to say, okay, this is a question for Mike. This is a question for Mary, whoever it is. And I'm hearing the mayor saying, I want to be kept informed. We all want to be kept informed of what questions are, partly because maybe we have the same questions and we don't want 2 people checking on Mike. We're already looking at Mike. So that's where I'm hearing the consensus going, that, but no filter in terms of what the questions are. Each commission has the full right, as you say in the charter, to make inquiry, I think is the word that's in there, of staff. It's just frankly, what triggered it is that it's the volume has increased dramatically over the last several months. And so the volume of work that's being generated by 5 individual commissioners, when you have a collective body generating a lot of work, is just overwhelming to everybody. And you're expecting staff and us to get all these projects done. And I don't think any of you realize that each one of you are throwing projects on pretty frequently. So that's the question. It's your management of your city. You know, are the resources of the city supposed to be expended on projects that the 5 of you want, or that an individual one of you wants? And at what point? That's what prompted this conversation that we've been internally having for a while is, what do we work on next? So-and-so wants this, so-and-so wants that, the commission wants that. How do we get it all done? It's simply a matter of how do we prioritize? How do you prioritize what your team works on?
Is there a distinction between questions and projects? If I have a pet project that I want to build an arch to commemorate bicycle transport, and I need you to do the research on that, that's a project. If there's an item coming up on a future agenda and I need some additional information on it, I don't consider that a project of mine. I consider that I need some information to vote on.
And you know, we've always been, whether it's our team or Mr. Perry's team, we've always been responsive to the commission. We always try to get you back. But I've noticed that it's
And
taken
I've
so long.
totally, and I've actually, I don't think I've done it always, but I've usually said, either formally or informally, please share whatever answer you come up with everybody. I think that's reasonable.
Correct. And so if you have there's an item on the agenda and you ask for additional information, I think all the commissions should be able to see that information.
Yeah,
and make an
I think
informed
so
decision.
too. I don't know that the question needs to initially, the question will come out when the answer
Yeah,
comes.
the question will be a part of it.
And that's
as well,
fine.
the response.
I don't have a problem.
But also, our citizens have issues on a day-to-day basis. When the commission sends it to them, you send that information to us, we jump right on it because, we want to serve the citizens and make sure that they get the answers they need, especially when we have to make some corrective actions. But I guess what we're saying is that there's some projects that we need a lot of research on or whatever the case might be. And that's when we'll probably say, hey, Kate, can we get consensus on it from the commission? That type of thing. But the everyday operational issues, citizens' concerns, citizens not happy with the service, whatever the case might be, we'll jump right on that and that's not a problem. We'll continue to do like we always been doing.
Are you, Mr. Sargent?
I was just going to say, also asking things like for staff interpretation of code. That's not a. I understand you want to know it, and it's perfectly fine that you want to know it. I think the city manager use their discretion to send the answers to whomever, but if it really is this big of an issue for your firm, show us the numbers. The city clerk gives us the report of the public records requests. She was overwhelmed, and we see 7 or 8 requests a week on there. So show us the numbers, and maybe seeing the numbers, some of us who are the biggest offenders will look at it and check ourselves and maybe reduce what we're asking or understand that we're taking up more resources than we think we are. Because sometimes you ask a simple question and it sparks a massive amount of work. So, and sometimes when we ask for things, we don't necessarily know that it's going to cause this mass amount of work. And there's a little bit of responsibility on staff's part with that too, to communicate with the city manager. I can think of a couple of examples where, I asked for what I thought was a simple data sheet and staff went and spent 6 or 8 hours on producing a work product that never existed for them when they could have just said,
we haven't got one of those.
We don't got one of those. Here's the raw data. Right. But they went and made it pretty and did all this stuff and did all this extra work, stuff that I never, ever, ever wanted them to do. I would have gladly taken just the raw data. Right.
It's a great example. Yeah. That's what maybe you guys don't realize. When you ask for something, everybody jumps. Okay. Joe Citizen asked for something and we're responsive to Joe Citizen. When a commissioner says Joe Citizen has a concern, all of a sudden you've escalated it. And not just staff members dealing with it. Now the manager gets involved. Now the attorney gets involved. The other good example was an interpretation of a statute or an ordinance. That's something that the commission really should be looking at, because if an ordinance has been interpreted a certain way, to change or opine on that from an individual commissioner, everybody needs to know that. So some of these are much bigger issues, and I appreciate that. You might have asked a simple question, not realizing that staff, because you're a commissioner and we want to be responsive, is going to go 6 to 8 hours. I mean, I don't know about that example that you gave, but that's what's happening. And that's why I'm bringing it.
But that's
part of my role. And you heard me talk is kind of the shield role, shielding staff, because I hear this and staff is not going to bring it to you. You're their bosses. They're concerned that the volume of stuff that you're asking for is a lot of stuff. And what's the priorities? Because you have a lot of priorities. So how do we establish there's 8 hours in the workday, or many hours in a day, X number of staff, they've got a regular job to do, whether it's picking up the trash or working the beaches. That's the concern I'm trying to express, is that there's a lot that you're asking for and staff jumps when you ask.
I understand that concern. I think there's a level of responsibility between the city manager's office, staff directors. Myself personally, I don't think I've ever really contacted a line item staff person. Hopefully I've almost always CC'd the city manager, and with Troy, I've been sending them through him as much as possible. But there's a level of a responsibility of staff where if we ask a question, hey, send me this document or send me this piece of information, it's okay to say we don't have that. And what I do see happening a lot is, oh, wait, we don't have that. We don't want to say we don't have that. Now we're going to go do work to basically remedy the fact we don't have that. And I can understand the motivation to do that. I'm saying they shouldn't be doing that. Because a lot of times some of the questions are, hey, do we have this? It's literally, do we have
To
this?
say, we haven't got one.
Don't invent something, and send it to us. So I understand that, but I think that's at a city manager level and director level to work with staff when they get asked for stuff. It's not about inventing something. It's about, great, send me what you have on this, and that truly means send it or say you don't have it. And then if you don't have it, then we can go to Troy and say, you know what, Troy, this is something I really, really want. And Troy can come back and say, yeah, but Anthony, that's going to be like 8 hours of time. Do you really need it? Okay, well, if you really need it, I'd like you to get consensus about it, or is there something else we can do? I just don't think limiting our ability to ask corrects the problem.
And I think that proposed solution.
Well, Mayor, in the beginning, you were saying you were for stopping it at 15 minutes of work. I know we
had this discussion before you came on a few years ago.
And I was not comfortable with it then either.
I understand, because you were the person that was asking all the questions, but.
My job.
I understand that, but we have staff that's day to day trying to get the ordinances that we're asking for, trying to get the legal opinions, trying to get the projects done. And the concern I have no specifics about you. I don't, that's not.
Well, I brought up some of the own examples where I felt bad, after it happened. I felt truly bad that staff worked all that time to get me what could have just been raw data. Right. And I even put in some of my message to staff after that. Please don't do any additional work. I just want your raw data. Just whatever you have, send it, good, bad, or indifferent. Please send that. But maybe it's worthwhile, because legal resources, the city attorney does report to the commission, not through the city manager. If you're finding your legal resources are being constrained to the point where you cannot work on ordinances because you're dealing with questions from the commission, it might be a good idea, just like we have the clerk send us her log, just send us the log, and hopefully we can self-check ourselves. Because I know for myself, if I see that I'm racking up 20 hours of attorney time a week, I'm going to seriously consider, what am I doing wrong here? Or why is it taking 20 hours to get what I think is a simple answer? And then maybe have a discussion and you can educate me as to, no, Anthony, actually, why you're asking these things, these are actually very complex, and here it is. And we can self-adjust. But I don't think as a body, we should be limiting in what we should be asking.
So I'm hearing two suggestions. One is that we make sure we send the questions, at least CC the city manager. The city manager can use some discretion as, yeah, this looks like it's, or they can get on the phone. Hey, William, is this going to take you 2 weeks or is this a 15-minute? He says 15. Okay, boom, off it goes. He says 2 weeks. Anthony, Christopher, number 2. Yeah, you're going to have to go to the back of the list. And also maybe some form. I don't want to put an extra documentation burden on you that's huge, but some form of, geez, number 2. I don't know how I think you need to move up to number 1, because you got like 40 hours of questions here. And I agree with Commissioner Segrich that maybe I'm not aware how many questions I'm asking. I don't think I'm asking an outrageous one, but maybe I am.
So it sounds like
I'm
we just
happy
need
with
to
the
communicate more for a while and really understand what's going on.
We need to hear it.
You know what I mean?
But if we get a little bit of quantitative, I think the example with the public
quantitative
records request with the clerk is a good one.
Yeah, I did too.
It looked like we were hearing that it was this incredible amount of work, and then I look at the list every time, it's like pretty minor.
They did some pushback on the answer, but they did it right away. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying, I'm saying that's a good example that informed us. We can look and see what the requests
And
are.
that's
if
all
we
I'm
look
asking.
so far.
And I think that's,
Well, thank you for the conversation. That was really, I think we need to have just a conversation about what is important. And you're realizing that there is strain being put on, and you're gonna, I hear you saying, kind of self-police yourselves a little bit. And if it's a question that you're just asking for raw data, staff should not feel like they need to go reinvent the wheel.
Right.
They're just gonna say, sorry, we don't have that.
And they should
period.
not feel chastised if they don't have it.
Oh, human
That's
nature.
fine.
Human nature is to want to please your bosses. You guys are the top dogs in the city. The staff wants to please you all the time.
Mhm.
And so that's,
And then we need to realize that.
right. And realize that, staff is going to try to be very responsive to you.
Right. Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?